Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, April the 27th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. You can give me a couple of yeses to let me know that you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Thank you, Green. Okay, and by the way, tech support, who asked that question, or is it off topic? Yeah, I can help you a little bit, Esther, okay? But you just gotta give me a little bit of time, okay? Okay, so what is happening this morning? Well, at the beginning, we had a nice little gap up in the SPY, but I see it's kind of giving it up. So I don't expect too much today from any sort of a rally. And just a word about this AGRX. This is really not up 3,400%. It's another one that did a reverse split. I think it's a 1 for 40. I think it's a 1 for 40. So that's not really up 3,400%. So, well, notably, Microsoft at least didn't crash. Microsoft released earnings after hours yesterday. Nice little gap up, and it's holding. So at least there's that. Okay, Microsoft up 4% this morning. And let's see. Now Hood is gapping down a little bit. Don't have earnings until tomorrow after hours, I believe. Hood. Yeah, after hours tomorrow, but it is just weakening ahead of that. Man, oh man. Hood, all-time low. COSM, not sure I saw any specific news on them. Yeah, I'm just reading. In fact, the news is no news. Okay, no news that can explain the pop. So anyway, COSM, another low float, 9.9 million in the float. Huge volume already, 15 million have traded already. This will trade the float multiple times. This could be the crazy one today. The only issue I've got with it, looks like there's, pretty good resistance right around that 3 level. So it doesn't have like a big gap. And it is starting to really fade. And as Zach said, it is not shortable for, well, it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. MOLN, MOLN. So gapping down, yeah, massive, big gap down here. So plunges on double bad news. Pfizer and BioNTech seek the nod for COVID-19 shot in kids. Pfizer invests in. Let me just see if this is. Okay, so I guess it's, well, anyway, there's news on it. MOLN, all-time low now. Relatively, yeah, it's a low float also, 20 million in the float. So this is shortable for me. This is probably going to show up in my 10-day daily breakdown right off the bat. Jeb, I see your question about Zach's bouncers and toppers. I can't answer for everybody. I don't make any changes, but I can't answer for everybody, of course. AFIB, AFIB, AFIB. What are you doing? A little gap up. Agrees to sell portfolio of Heart devices. No. To fund strategic growth priorities. So this one actually popped up right up to 146. And it came right back down. This was shortable. No, well, it was shortable for me, I think, at Interactive Brokers. Not now. And it's another low float, 21 million in the float, and that is AFIB. Mattel. Barbie had earnings. Mattel. And I'm sorry, I got the wrong. It's not AMT, it's MAT. Mattel had earnings after hours. You can see the big gap up, and it's holding $25. To me though, again, look at all that resistance just above that 25, around that 25.50 mark. So, I mean, it could take it out, I suppose, but we'd have to wait. It's a big float, 349 million in the float. And our friend from yesterday, NUTX, is still alive and kicking. 26%. Now that's after a big, it actually pulled back quite a bit. Let's back this out on the you can see it got all the way up to 1377, pulled all the way back to this level here around 871 post market, held, and now it's starting to run again. That still represents 27% up from the close of yesterday because it had a big drop. Now, even that big drop, remember, it was up a huge amount still, but it did drop a lot from the highs of the day. So, let's see what happens. Maybe a 10 break gets it running again. EQNR, this is all to do with Russia and oil, etc. EQNR, weak, big float though, 1 billion in the float. And I looked at oil prices, really, nothing's really happening with oil prices. And this market is giving it up. We're probably going to open negative, where the SPY's up just a little bit right now. CHKP is an earnings play, and it's a gap down on earnings. And this one, I think it's given it up though. I thought maybe this could be the crazy one today. Not too sexy though. They did some kind of an asphalt sale, a contract over 10 years worth, was it $25 million or something? Or 250, what? Let's see what it was. $250 million over 10 years. It's some kind of an asphalt deal. So, but it's a low float, 10 million in the float. It did pop up to 557. It came right back down. Not shortable for me either at Interactive Brokers. But I guess if it could get going again, I mean, there's a 200-day way up here, 7, so that's far enough away. And it actually had broken out. I mean, if you look at this high right here, which was 551, so it had broken above that high, which is 465. In other words, it had taken all of this out at one point. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert again up around that 480 mark. The 480 mark right up here. See if it takes all this out again and has a shot. But again, it's if it were a little bio or something, probably have a little more enthusiasm about it. But hey, $250 million is $250 million. All right. So Esther, can you hear me? Or Eric the Red, sorry. Eric the Red. Can you hear me? I can kind of show you what to do. Okay, so the first thing to do now, it doesn't really matter whether it's in a dock or not. Now, the only way when you surf, what it does is it looks at every single top list window you have open, so you cannot direct it to a specific top list window and have it just do that. Okay, that's number one. So if you only have one top list window open that has your yesterday's movers on it, fine. Otherwise, it's going to keep cycling through every single top list window that you have and a price alerts window. Okay, so this is why it's going to be kind of limiting. However, if you're okay with that, then when you go to your top list window that you created, this is an alert window, but it's the same principle. If you right click and symbol linking, okay. Now these are if you say, for instance, link to all is the default. Let's just say, for instance, you click green. Okay, you understand that symbol linking, the green. Okay, well in that case, then your 3 charts that you want, then you just make sure they're green too, or whatever symbol, the same symbol. And then, so again, if you only have that one top list window open and then you click on surfing, then it'll do that. It'll just look at that one top list window and cycle through those 3 or 4 charts. And again, it'll only take the top 3 though in your top list window. So it's kind of limited. I'm not sure that's going to be that much help to you, but that is what you can do if you did understand what I was talking about. Yeah, I guess it could be. I have no idea. You know what? Support at trade-ideas.com and make the suggestion. It goes into a folder of suggestions like that, okay? I have no idea if or when though it'll happen, okay? Now, guys, I have a confession here. I am short Netflix. Waiting yesterday for a big break of 200. So when I woke up this morning, not quite here, I got up at, no, I was up here. It was early for me. And right around here, that 197 mark. So I'm short around 197, okay? And with a 200 is my stop, so I've got a $3 stop, and I'm up about three. So if I got up six, that would be a one for two. But I just had to do it. I mean, I haven't gone crazy on it, but we'll see what happens. All right, it's 9:13, so let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from our friendly analysts at, not, I shouldn't say at briefing.com, delivered to me from briefing.com. Let's see if they're a little more active today. A little more. We'll get the upgrades in first. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Oh, I won't be holding till 100, that's for sure. We'll see though. I mean, this is just more of a kind of a little fun trade for me. Now the downgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. All right, now looking at the VIVK. Did not see that one. That did not come through briefing.com. So INSM, what is INSM? 2252. So far that upgrade hasn't done too much, but I do see that. Initiating coverage with a price target. I love it. 56. Why not? So not only are you going to crash through that 200-day moving average, you're going to go way up here. Thank you, Goldman. Way up here. I mean, I love to see the actual analysis of it. But this is INSM. So INSM has been upgraded by Goldman, initiating coverage and upgrading them to a $56 price target. Thank you for that. Amen. Well, let's make sure, first of all, let's make sure, I mean, it's hard for me to know exactly because, I mean, you might have other filters in there that are, let me just see the cross, crossing above the 20 day and crossing below the 20 day. So, I mean, it's possible that there are some other filters involved. Are you trying to do it in the pre-market? Are you, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's hard for me to know why. If you have no filters at all, I mean, I don't have time to do it right now. You'd have to give me, oh, I don't know, maybe to 10, 15 or so. Okay, when things have settled down just a little bit. But I mean, I could obviously just create something with no filters at all, just a simple cross above the 20 day up or above the 20 day, and you're getting nothing. Well, it's possible. I mean, it's not happening. Are you trying, is it a cross above? So many things are down. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what you're doing wrong then. Just remind me later, okay? Okay, guys, I'm just looking to see if anything else is sneaking in. About 10 minutes before this open. Let's take a look at the sectors now, the major sectors. Now, I saw oil really hadn't budged, so I'm not sure what I'm going to see here with the oil or the energy ETF. Okay, 100%. So I guess oil must be up just a smidge. So now, when you look right here, so what you are seeing here, these are the major sectors. So for instance, there's XLE, the major energy sector, or the major ETF for the energy sector. These are the stocks that make up XLE right here. When it says 100%, that means 100% of them are up from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what it means. So when you look around, it looks like we're going to have, oh man, it's going to be a great day. I mean, everything is virtually every sector is positive. I mean, technology, it's kind of 50-50, 60-40. Communications, 57-42. But you've got financial, 69%. So I mean, it looks like a lot of positivity going to happen, but I reserve the right to think that this SPY is going to just move down more and more today. And when that happens, of course, all these will turn negative. So, but right now, energy is the top sector. How's that EURN doing? EURN, of course, all tied in with Europe now. I guess Russia's cutting off energy to Poland. What a mess. NCR, yes, actually, I have NCR. I have it. Well, I thumbnailed it, but yeah, NCR is an earnings play too. Boy, this is an old. I remember them for printers. NCR. So that's a big gap down, actually, though. It's an earnings play. Big gap down look at this monthly chart and now look underneath. So the low here is 29.10. So that is below that low. The next low in the month is way down here at 1973. Of course, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but yeah, this is definitely a weak stock right now, NCR, and it's an earnings play. I had it on my list. Yeah, it probably will be a 10-day daily breakdown, except it may not show up in mine because, oh, actually I do. I thought I had a $25, I thought I had a $25 max, but I guess I have a $35 max. The volume is really going to have to pick up. Remember, here are my filters. 500,000 shares. I mean, it's going to pick up. It's only 76,000 now. This is the key one though. This is what prevents a lot of stocks from coming in. And I put this really high because I do not want a lot of alerts. The current volume of 8, that means it's really got to be trading abnormally. And so consequently, I do not get very many alerts in that window, which is what I want. All right, now I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts from yesterday, see if there's anything kind of interesting happening, and the answer is kind of no. Yeah, the NUTX though, NUTX giving it up. Now this was shortable for me yesterday. Let's see if it's still shortable today. Not shortable now. The shorts have been snapped up. This was shortable for me yesterday. And this is Interactive Brokers, of course, I'm talking about. Your broker might be completely different from that, but right now, not shortable for me. Maybe I'm confusing NCR with, there was a printer company that had started with N. Big one. I don't see them. I thought it was NCR Data, but maybe I'm wrong. I thought they also did printers in the years and years and years ago. There is a printer company. It used to be a big one that starts with N. Maybe I'm wrong regarding NCR. Thank you, Xavier. You got the right date, yes. Okay, guys, yeah, thanks. Today is my birthday, so I'll get that out of the way. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. My wife says you shouldn't work on your birthday. I say, the guys in the room, they don't care. If shorts are available, do you have to use them immediately or can you hold them to be used later? I know there's a way to, I've never done it. I guess there was a way to kind of reserve shorts, perhaps, but I've never done it. Typically if when I'm looking to short something, interactive brokers, it's really simple for me to see immediately how many shorts there are. And if there's shorts available, I short it. I don't usually go, I guess there is a way in which you can kind of reserve shorts. I've just never done it. I'm just not even sure how. Yeah, so somebody is telling me, and yeah, you can pre-borrow shorts at interactive brokers. I'm sure with most brokerage firms you can do the same thing. I can take off at 3:30. Thank you, thank you. Excellent. How about 3:29? Well, let's see. I'm a lot of emojis there, Monsieur Guillaume. Very good. All right, guys, 9:27. Just looking to see if anything else is kind of sneaking into my gappers. I don't see anything. Wiser, very, very much. If I only knew a few years ago what I know today. But we're always learning, always learning. This is one I didn't really talk about. This IMNN. IMNM is also a gap down quite a bit. Not sure exactly why. Not a huge amount of volume. This is an all-time low also. IMNN. And Riven, I'm hearing Riven. Riven is starting to move here. RIVN is actually starting to move. Whoa, Netflix. Thank you. Happy birthday to me. INMN. Yeah, Sky, what time is it right now? 9:28. Okay, I can quickly give your go to our the homepage and start a discussion. You'll see a little kind of a little balloon will pop up and say start live discussion. Okay, give them your email address. Okay, give them your email address so they can look up your account. Okay, Sky, and then they can they'll be able to help you. Yeah, I did see Lucid on the way up, LCID. I did see that one also. I saw some of the other, I see XPAV, I see LI. So some of the EV players are popping a little bit today. So how long that lasts, who knows? And we have less than a minute. We have less than a minute for till the open. So let's have a great trading day today, everybody. I don't typically trade until 15 minutes, at least 15 minutes. Pre-market trades notwithstanding, but and we are now open. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, M4. Okay, so the market mildly positive on the NAS, a little bit on the Dow and the SPY. So we've got a little positive open. And we have Mattel. Mattel is popping a little bit here. There's the pre-market highs. I kind of thought this area would really block it. Not that far away, around that 25 mark. Okay, VIVK is trying to come back here, but remember now, it hit 540, 550 or so in the pre-market. So, and it pulled way back. So, but they did have They did have some news. This is a this is an asphalt play, $250 million over 10-year contract in Utah, and it's a low float, 10 million in the float. Okay, did not see this one in the pre-market. ACHV just showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown. It's almost at a lifetime low also, almost at that lifetime low. It's skewed, you'd think, well, it says 0%, and you would think it should be almost there. There is a lifetime low down here, I guess, $6. But this was a $2,000 stock split adjusted, okay? So that's why this is a little bit skewed exponentially. That's why you can hardly see anything on the monthly chart. NUTX is right back up. Very, very whippy though. Got all the way back down to 9, underneath 9, and then it's popped right back up. I think 10, a little over 10 might get traders interested. Okay, and another one that's favorite, guys, NKTX, favorite in that it's an active trader, NKTX. Look at this. Again, it's above yesterday's high now. NKTX above yesterday's high, challenging 2 days ago high, challenging that 200-day moving average also. Of course, a lot of stuff happening right off the bat. We had a halt too. CLBS was halted. Oh, halted on the way up, and then I'm sorry, it was halted, and then it just dropped. CLBS. No, I did not take this one. Too bad. So far, so good. I did not take the ACHV. So far, 665, 640 now. The low is 636. I think that's one of the reasons I looked at this. I thought, well, okay, it's a little bit close to that 636 right there. I love to see just a ton more room. All right, guys, this is why I do not like trading in that first 15 minutes. Look at the NUTX. Pretty promising, didn't it? It got all the way up to 987, and it's just dropped $1 just like that. So and look at NKTX, the same thing. NKTX. Look at this big topping tail. 1778 comes right back down to 17. If you're new to trading, I would just sit out the first 15 minutes at least. I would probably even sit out the first half hour if you're new to trading. Just try to let things settle down a little bit. It doesn't mean after 15 or even 30 things have completely settled down, but they're certainly they're not as volatile as in the first 15 minutes. All right. Well, Netflix is sort of popping now. I'm gonna watch that 200 mark. Basically, just a little bit under where I shorted it. Of course, the markets, yeah, well, SPY is helping. All right, I'm just kind of looking at, again, some of my thumbnail charts. You know, there's that WBD again. WBD had earnings yesterday, but it had a good, kind of a good recovery day. But there it goes again. Now it's another all-time low, WBD. It is, of course, a streaming service, and it's an all-time low now. I'd like to see Netflix, not just because I'm in this short, but I'd like to see Netflix start dropping to, to sort of get this one a bit of a sympathy play and a drop of the other big, of course, streaming service. But this is really kind of trading on its own. All right, this is another one from yesterday and the last 2 days actually. SWVL, another active one. It went positive. United Aramid stock, and the high yesterday was 8. So it is still active. The other one that I'm active one from yesterday and a few days, for the last few days, is Sky H, and it is, no, look at that bottoming tail, 932, right back up to 10. Excuse me, I should put an alert here. I think I do have some alerts. All right, so excuse me. So ACHV, I think it did stall. Wow, it got it down to 626. So that would have been an awesome short right off the bat. From 665 down to 626. All right, WIMI has earnings after hours. I'm sorry, tomorrow before the market opens. All right, WIMI, a little bit of volume coming in. And let's take a look at left. The next high was 208 yesterday, and then we've got 213, and then we've got 215. Now after that, 235. So I mean, if I can get through this little area here, it's got a shot to that 230 level. Not a bad little percentage move, but I'd like to see a lot more room still. VIVK. All right. For me, maybe if it takes out this 360 mark, at the beginning, CYN was actually gapping down. Now look at this, CYN on the way up, and it's above yesterday's high, I believe, 377. So it's above yesterday's high, coming into this area here, which looks like it's trying to take it out. If it does, then you've got almost up to 5. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but CYN still alive. Again, so this is an EV play, I guess, autonomous vehicle play. I'm going to call it an EV play. Well, it would take today is the day that Netflix catches a bid and I'm in it on a short. Haven't seen a candle like this for Netflix for a while, so just going to see if it can, if 200 still rebuts it. If not, I'll cover my position and I could reshort it later. I'm in at 198 or so, so and of course this is probably just moving with the SPY. I had a little scalp in it, but I wanted a lot more, so I didn't cover my short. It was up about $3 or $4, $5, I guess, but I wanted more. Look at this SPY. That's a great move, guys. That's a great move. That first 15-minute candle. Not helping my Netflix short, but that's okay. It's a great move. Now, how long is it going to last? Meanwhile, CYN, yes, CYN on the move, still over 4 now. It's a little too early for me to take a trade like that, but thank you, Intel Trader. Yeah, you can ask some questions when you say how I can get started. So, crypto, are you new to Trade Ideas? I'm answering a question in our YouTube room. Are you new to Trade Ideas? You know, there's a little delay sometimes in hearing me, but I just need to, if you're new to Trade Ideas, I can kind of help you. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. All right, guys, there is this VIVK. Now, again, it's not sexy. It's an asphalt deal, 10 years, $250 million in Utah. But it did pop up to 560 or so in the pre-market, 10 million in the float. So, you know, traders were looking for something, a low float that could really have do some crazy action today. And this could be the one. So I'm just going to answer you quickly, crypto. Okay. If you go to my homepage, first thing I would do, for brand new to Trade Ideas, and if you haven't done this yet, wait a minute. Okay. So if you go to my homepage, and you click on my link, and go to and you see where it says, let's get started, do that first. That's the very first thing. If you haven't done that, do that first. Okay, do the let's get started. It'll be 30 minutes long. It's segmented, download and installation, first startup and log in, toolbars, right click magic. Okay, that's the first thing you should do. Just to get you, spend the 30 minutes just to get yourself acclimatized to what Trade Ideas is all about. All right. Meanwhile, VIVK guys on that break right there, that was the magic, well, it's in the magic level, but 361. The next area would be this four right over four. Okay. And remember, it did hit 550 or so in the pre-market. And if it takes this out, right out here again at 465, look at the room looking left. Look at the room. Just look at that daily chart. You have the 200-day moving average way up here at 7. So there is a ton of room if this keeps going. Again, I'm not saying this is what's going to happen. It's going to get up here. I'm just saying, I like to put the odds in our favor though. Now the key is to stay over 4. And then that next high actually is 420 over here. And then the next high, but remember, it crashed all the way. It broke that like nothing in the pre-market. Look at this SPY. Haven't seen action like this for a while, guys. The volume is coming in still. Remember, and it's all about the float. 10 million in the float. It's all about the float. Seeing how well this holds 4. No, it's not holding 4 very well right now, the VIVK. If it comes back, close to a, we could have a real pop here on the VIVK as long as the volume just keeps holding. The volume bar right there. What time is it? 9:50. So this will be the biggest volume bar of the day. There was the opening 15-minute candle. And of course, we've got about 10 minutes for this one to close. So this will certainly be, so there's still the enthusiasm for VIVK. I wish it were a bio. Well, don't go through the guide. Don't go through the guide, crypto. I mean, the guide is, first of all, take that do the 30 minutes, okay? The guide is extensive, but it's like going to take, like if you have Word, okay, MS Word, you don't have to, obviously you don't have to go through the guide in MS Word. You kind of pick and choose what you want to do. And I want to know how to print, maybe change a font, maybe do a few things, but the guide is extensive. Our guide is extensive. There we go, VIVK. Well, trying out Holly is simple. Okay. Now we don't, if you're talking about auto trading, we don't suggest you auto trade it, but trying out Holly is just click on new and then go to AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay. This is the window that you'll see and you just wait for the alerts to happen. So in terms of trying it out, just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. Okay. When you say you want to get the monthly subscription, so you haven't, so you're not a subscriber yet. Is that correct? I thought you said you were a subscriber. All right, Netflix sort of rejected 200. Okay, so here's what you can do. We're having a test drive. You can, here's the link for it, and it starts next month. And you can sign up for it, okay? You can wait, and then you'll have access to the full premium service. Just click on that link and you'll see what it's all about. Costs you $11.11 for the 10 trading days. Yeah, don't look now. You're right. Is the NUTX just soaring again? Again, the high looking left was 1318. Is that right? 1381 or 1318? That was, come on, that was yesterday, I believe. 1381 was the high yesterday. All right, guys, I stopped myself out of the VIVK. Basically, no gain. I'm waiting to see if it can get over 4 again. Well, my scanners, I mean, I'm sharing my scanners, okay? These are all, I mean, the program is called Trade Ideas. So I'm sharing all my scanners, and in our toolbar, I don't know, hopefully you can see my screen. If you click on the dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels, and there are all sorts of scanners in here. But remember, these are ideas. That's what their program is called, Trade Ideas. So you get an alert. It doesn't absolutely mean that you take the trade. You have to have some charting ability, knowledge about what's happening. What's the market doing? So there are things that come into play. Come on, VIVK, come right back up. And I'll make that right back with you. So again, when you say pick out trades, the program is called Trade Ideas. So there are certainly, we can generate ideas. You can build, so you can build your own scanners, with your own criteria, certain price ranges, minimum volume, how much up or down a stock has to be, things like that. That's what I've done here. So these are ideas. This VIPK is still pretty whippy. That looked like it was going to get rolling again, but stick another alert just over 4 and see if it takes it out again. Okay, COSM, this is the one that is not shortable for many of us anyway, certainly not at Interactive Brokers, not shortable in Interactive Brokers. COSM, and it had the big pop this morning, got all the way up to 288. It has now dropped about $1. I don't think I saw any specific news on it. Yeah, no news. I love these headlines from from Benzinga. No news to account for that move, but unfortunately, it's not shortable. for many of us. I don't know, Willow Puff. There might be a way. I'm not aware if there's a way to see the stocks only and off topic at the same time. I'm not sure. Maybe somebody in the room is doing that. They can show you how. I just don't know. You want to see a whippy one? You want to see topping tails and bottoming tails? Look at Sky H. Imagine trying to trade this one. A big bottoming tail down here, pops right back up. Little topping tail up here, bottoming tail here. Very messy. Yeah, it's a reverse split. AGRX is a reverse split. Okay, so it's really not up 3,000 or well, was up 3,000%. So our provider has not adjusted it. It's a 1 for 40, I think, reverse split. So this is not really up that much. Okay, that's what he meant by an RS. Okay, come on, VIVK, get over 4 one more time and really move. So I guess these some of the EV. No, this is not LI cycle. Sorry, I thought it was a life cycle or something. Okay, so this well, it is an EV play. It's an EV play. Okay, lithium. So the EV plays are moving today, I guess. You know it wants to. Yeah, I'd be, I'm definitely in fade mode. I mean, well, I'm in fade mode most days because you just, especially over the last several months. So we had that massive pop that first 15 minutes. The second candle was looking really good also, but you can just see, look at the topping tail. So the sellers took over for a bit anyway, knocked it down. Buyers look, they're still in control though for a while anyway. Yeah, just looking at some of the ones that have kept moving from the gap up and goes, the MT, steel play, the high looking left is 29.77. Okay, what are the three big EVs from China? LI, so the LI, the XPAV, and the Nile, probably all doing the same sort of thing. So the EV plays out of China, and EVs in general are doing well. Here's an airline moving down, guys. Wow. HA. This is actually an earnings play, April 20. So released earnings. Well, if they released earnings after hours yesterday, there was really no reaction. I'm sorry. There it is right there. Sorry. The move area, but kind of choppy. Give me a moment here. My Bluetooth just disappeared. So guys, the only reason I'm fixated on this VIVK is because of the float. And knowing how I think other traders are thinking, not just in this trading room, but they're just, excuse me, they're looking at the float. So it's a low float situation. There was some news, obviously positive news, but more importantly, it hit 550 in the pre-market. Excuse me. So, could it get close to an area like that again? That's all. And of course, it's got a ton of room on the monthly chart. It's got right there. There's the 200-day moving average way up here. And if it clears that 465, I mean, it's got, then it could really start to run. Again, I'm not saying it's going to. I'm just, that's why I am fixated on it. And I guess the other bonus is that it's not shortable for a lot of people. It's certainly not shortable for me, so don't have to worry about shorts piling in. But again, all that doesn't mean it's going to surge, but okay, Netflix, come on down. Wow, look at that bottoming tail. Ooh. I'm still short Netflix at 198. This is from the pre-market. Almost stopped myself out, but 200 was kind of my get out, but it's looking better now. And it's basically following the market, which is I don't like that. I'd like to see it trade up more on its own, but it looks like it's basically following the market. When you look at Netflix, you can see exactly what it did. Excuse me. Look at this green candle right there, corresponding exactly to that green candle. Even the second one at one point was green, but a bit of a sell-off. And now look at this red candle with this red candle. So no, there's a correlation to the SPY. I wish it were trading a lot more completely on its own. All right, guys, VIVK may be ready. Just eyeballing it. Excuse me. Okay, so this came in my option scanner. Again, I don't trade the options. I'm just looking at stocks with unusual option activity. Now, I wonder if this is correct. Somebody check another, if you have options, 175,000. That looks like that's way too many. 175,000. I'm skeptical. I mean, if that's the case, then we should all be piling into this. And that's like 17,000%. If somebody who trades options, looking at GGB, yeah, well, DWAC, guys, I mean, DWAC is strong. It is strong. I don't know how much further it's going to go. I mean, at 50 looks like a real block, but yeah, that turned out excellent. I didn't take it, but that turned out really well. That Hawaiian HA. The VIVK did not take out the area I wanted it to, so I'm just gonna wait on it, keep waiting on it and see if it does it. If not, I'll just forget about it. All right, guys, all I'm doing, wow, look at that WBD. I should have taken that one. Man, WBD streaming service, earnings a couple of days ago. And now, this is what I wanted to do yesterday. At earnings, yeah, pre-market yesterday. And just week, streaming service, week. Now it is starting to follow, Netflix. Oh yeah, it's still Twitter. It's not, by the time if it happens, goes private, but it still has earnings coming up tomorrow before the market. When I say if it happens, I mean, it's not going to happen anytime soon. Could be weeks, months, and something could obviously happen in between now and then. Okay, so the VIVK is sort of wearing me out here. So I have an alert. If it happens later on, great. If not, I'll just obviously just forget about it. My alert is up here around 428. See if it takes that out with some gusto, but I'll just forget about it for now. Okay, so EXTR showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. It's not an all-time low. It's an earnings play. Okay, EXTR, it is an earnings play. The extreme networks. So let's take a look left. We look left. 902 is the next low looking left, I think. Yeah, 902. So it could have some support right around that 9 level. So for me, 948 down to 9. I mean, if I took it at 948 and it got all the way down to 9, that'd be good. But I'd like to see more room. I would just like to see more room underneath for it to potentially move to before it would hit some the next low. Whoa, yeah, there we go. Look at this big drop now. This is wiping out that first 15 minutes. You guys are talking about Boeing, BA, Boeing, an earnings play? Yeah, it is an earnings play. So this is earnings, such as they are. So the other thing, crypto, are you new to trading also? Are you new to trading completely? I'm just talking to somebody in our YouTube room because again, if you click on my homepage link and you go to the education section and you scroll down a little bit, you'll see there's a section on back to basics, and it's all free. And it starts off with like literally, what is a stock? Let's get aggressive here. Let's go 190 for Netflix. Oh, so you're new to trading. Okay, so again, I mean, you're starting, I mean, then scanners and all that are going to look bewildering to you. You've got to have some basic knowledge, okay? This is not a program that teaches you how to trade. We can generate fantastic ideas. The AI can, the Holly, as you call it, can generate ideas, but how to trade them, it requires some work and basic understanding of candlestick patterns. And so what I would do is again go to my homepage. Well, the other thing is we have a simulator, okay? So for with our standard service, and I'm almost getting ready to do my general spiel. With our standard service, you can practice trading, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even need a broker because it's using our real-time data. And all you need is our standard service, and then you can practice trading. Whoa, there goes VIVK again over 4. Okay, so again, if you're Rufus, again, if you're new to trading, completely new to trading, you've got to start somewhere. And again, I would click on my homepage link, and and I know it says Ari's homepage, but it's still the same. You click on my homepage link. So again, if you're new to trade ideas, do this first. Let's get started. I mean, if you've already downloaded installed, etc., fine. But it's 30 minutes. It's in sections. The download and then install, the first startup and login, etc. But then also, okay, if you go to the education section, you click here. Never mind the guide right now. I mean, the guide's a guide. It's comprehensive. You can kind of pick and choose what you want. But if I were new to trading, I would scroll down all the way down to this back to basics. And it's there. I don't know how many videos are now. I don't know if he took some of them out, but it starts off with what is a stock. You have to have some basis. This is not a program where you just get an alert and you trade it. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not talking anybody specifically. There is a learning curve to just like anything. And as far as info and strategies, I mean, if you're new to trading, you don't know what your strategy, you don't know what you like. I mean, I know it sounds crazy, but you don't know what you like. Some people like pullback trades. They want to see a stock move up and then pull back to a level, and then maybe they take it there. Some people like myself, I'm a momentum trader. I like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day, and that gets me interested. But there are all sorts of different styles of trading. Meanwhile, all the yakking I'm doing, I'm not in this EXTR short. Wow, that is ugly, 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 ugly now. But again, I'm going to go over this right now in a little more detail. I usually do my little, I call it my little TI spiel and, general knowledge about trade ideas. It takes about 10 minutes. I do this every day. And this room is like this every day, well, first of all, let me get my link in correctly again. EXTR, guys, that was on the 10-day daily breakdown. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern time, where I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. So this is like this, and it's free. Those of you who are not Trade Idea subscribers, this is nothing. When I say nothing special, it's not a special day or anything like that. This is the way it's been since 2000 and October of 2015. Boy, almost 7 years. So when you click on my homepage, I have to keep watching that VIVK now. I don't want this thing to break out without me. Little bottoming tails here. Get some volume coming in. So just give me a moment here as I try to determine what I want to do. It's just sort of teasing around that 4 level. And it's all about the float, 10 million in the float. There is some news with the company today. It did pop all the way up to 550. Okay, Daniel, you have to, if you click on my homepage link, make sure you have the latest beta, okay? Our data now starts at 4 in the morning. So I don't know what version of Trade Ideas you have, okay? But if you go to my homepage and then scroll up, here, I'll just click on my homepage link. Give me a moment here, might as well just keep going. So if you scroll up and where it says download, click on download and then scroll down until you see the beta. Okay, 5.5.76, and that has all the action starts at 4 in the morning, 4 to 8 now Eastern time. Okay. So on my homepage, as I'm watching this VIVK with my other monitor, on my homepage, of course, there's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You just click on this. Here's a promo code you can use, 15% off, first month only, or the entire year. And we have 4 plans. If you're brand new, don't take on an annual. In fact, I would just start off with a standard monthly. Try us out. 118, less than 15%. Just watching the VIVK. Yeah, let's try us out. 118, less than 15%. All right. Okay, so Give me a moment, guys. Obviously, I'm watching this. I'm in it. I just want to see if it can really break out over 445. That was the high. Those were the highs. Always the challenge of trying to moderate and teach or talk to people about trade ideas in general and trade. $445 is the key. It did get there. It got up to what, 450. Why am I saying 445? Just look left on the daily chart and you'll see. Actually, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. 465 is the key. If it gets through that 465, which it did this morning in the pre-market, and it got up to 550, but then it wipes out all of this. It just wipes it out, and then it can really start testing that 200-day. Again, I'm not saying it's going to happen. Okay, I have taken some off, guys, in case it can't take out that 450 to 465 level. I just want a little protective, just want to take some profit, but if it breaks through that 465 VIVK, you might have a shot. There's that pre-market high. I'll even stick an alert up here. So I apologize as I'm trying to, trade this VIVK. All right, just give me a moment, guys. We've got a cat and mouse game right at that 450 level. Netflix is working for me also on that 198 short in the pre-market. Man, oh man, if it pops through, it's gonna probably be pretty quick. So if you're in this one VIVK, just be aware of that 450 to 465 mark, okay? And the 50-cent level for me, stocks under 5, they can be a psychological number to break, just like the whole numbers are, stocks under 5, and that's what it's struggling. It's struggling to get through that 450 mark. But the volume is good. I mean, the volume picked up. All right, well, as I keep an eye on it, I've protected myself because I've taken some out, so I don't, not too worried. What's the market doing now? Yeah, so maybe a little pause in its downturn. All right, well, let me try to continue here. So again, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome. Again, this is the format, Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Eastern time, sharing my screen, live on the mic. And I was just going over what you'll find on my homepage. So we went over a little bit about the subscriptions. If you're new, don't take out an annual. Start off with a standard 118, less than 15%. And you can always upgrade later. If you want to go to an annual, you can always upgrade later and we'll honor the 15%. So again, if you're brand new though, and you're just taking the program, take the let's get started. Okay, please do that first before you do anything else. It'll save yourself a lot of aggravation. It'll take you about 30 minutes. It's all segmented, 10, 1 of 10, 2 of 10, obviously 10 of 10. So it'll take you about 30 minutes to go through that. All right, out of the VIVK. It was a challenge, guys. So did okay. Obviously, would love to have seen it take out that 465 level. However, what I'm going to do is just stick an alert up there and see if it takes it out later. It always happens later on in the day. So I am going to stick an alert there, 450. I think the problem is it's an asphalt play. Okay. It's not that sexy. It's $250 million contract over 10 years. And, great for this company, but I wish it was some kind of little bio instead. But anyway, okay. So on my homepage, there are 3 free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. And here is the education. Now, again, first do this. Do the let's get started. Now you can take a look at the education. But we've got a great user guide, but don't get hung up on how much there is there. As I was trying to explain to somebody before, when you look at a manual for Word, I mean, you'd get overwhelmed. But just a second. But most people don't, they don't have to learn the entire manual. They just want to learn what they want to do, how to print, how to maybe change a font, do certain things. Same thing with trade ideas. You don't have to learn everything about trade ideas. But, if you want to learn about alert windows or top list windows, how to place a sound alert in an alert window, how to create a price alert on a chart, things like that, it's all segmented. You can go at your speed. You don't have to learn everything at once. You don't have to learn everything. Here's a searchable user guide right here. And again, you don't have to learn everything. So again, in that user guide or in my education section, so you have the user guide. There's that getting started again. Got to tell Rudy to take this out. Daily support session. So today is Wednesday. So I moderate a YouTube room at the same time as the main room. I do take a break at noon between 12 and 1. I take a break. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Steve Gomez's day. It is Wednesday, so it is Steve Gomez's day. So he'll be there between 12 and 1. Before I take my break, I will put the link in to go to YouTube if you want to do that. The support sessions are from 3:30 to 4:30, which normally Chris hosts in our YouTube room. Canceled, okay, for the balance of the week. They'll resume next week. And the daily webinars, today is Wednesday. This is the webinar that I help out on. We're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation this week. Next week, it'll be Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And then the back to basics. Again, if you're new to trading, this is all free. And it starts off with what is a stock? Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. So there's a lot of information there. And my scans, here are the scans that I share. Okay, so there's a lot of information on my homepage. Obviously let's get started, my scans and the education. Save my link. Then you can look at this anytime you want. Well, shoot, the EXTR would have been another great short from my 10-day daily breakdown. This is this scan here, the one I'm sharing. Both of them worked very well. EXTR short at 946. It's at 912 now. Great percentage move. This one, ACHV at 965. It has popped up, but before it did that, it got underneath 6. Great percentage move. These are, these are active trading. This is not necessarily, you take the trade and hold it all day. You've got to be able to trade it. Sometimes these, these do work all day, without any pops, but you've got to be able to trade them. All right, so I did say that I'm sharing my scans. And first, just to, briefly about trade ideas, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use trade ideas, okay? So let's get that out of the way, because there is some people think, well, I live in this country, can I use it? Of course you can, unless there's some special restriction within your country. But no, you can use it anywhere in the world, and it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. So I'm sharing a lot of my scans, but also if you click from our toolbar and you click on new and you click on dock channel bar, these are all themed based channels, okay? Themed based channels. And so there are a lot of scans here. So for instance, if there's a momentum scan, it's virtually the same scan that I'm sharing on my website. On my homepage, not my website, but my homepage. But just like the scans that I'm sharing, if you want to see what it's looking for, it's a momentum scan. So if you right click configure summary, so these are the filters. When you see these icons, these are the filter icons. So what it's looking for, stocks between $1 and $50, minimum volume 100,000 shares, etc. I'm not going to go over the specifics, but if these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. That's why we see AMCR. Okay, so that's an example of a momentum scanner, something that's making a new high for the day but very active. Now, if you like this the way it is, in other words, you don't mind any of these filter values, you don't mind the price range, maybe that minimum volume, etc., then you can just take this and you can save it to the cloud. You can take this window, save it to the cloud, and then you can move on to another, you can move on to another channel. If you see another scan that you like, you can save it to the cloud. If you want to, if you want to modify it though, very simple, you just click, and now I'm going to change that to 10 and 100. Maybe that's what you want instead of 1 and 50. Maybe you wanted a different minimum volume. If I click on the summary, see how it's changed. I say okay. And now, so I can modify it before I save it to the cloud. In other words, modify it to maybe, the types of things you're looking for, a different price range, maybe a different minimum volume. And then you save it to the cloud. So you go through the different channels, start extracting scans that you think you might like. And then you can bring them back one at a time and create your own layout without actually knowing how to build a scan from scratch. So it's my recommendation. Just go through the channels and, see what they're looking for. Now, another word about this though, you notice I made a change to this. If I go to another channel and then I go back to this channel, that change is not saved. And the reason being is that the channels are for everyone. So the fact that you want to make a change to something does not necessarily reflect what everybody else wants. So just so you know, so the channels, when you make a change, while you're on the channel, of course, the change is there. But if you leave it and come back, that change is not saved. But my thing really is that you go through the different channels, extract scans that you might like. It's not a matter of staying on the same channel all day long. Okay, so that now, of course, if you do want to build your own scans, you can do that. So if I right click on this alert window, for instance, and I click on configure and then I click on search. So when you see these icons, these are all of the alert icons that are all the alerts that we have. And these are all, and when you see these icons, these are all the filters that we have. But again, first of all, as a company, they decided when they started that they felt most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create scans. So they try to create enough alerts and filters that for the thousands of customers that we have, that the majority of them can combine those alerts and filters to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. But again, don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all, just like the user guide. You don't have to learn them all. It's a matter of, if you want to see what they're all about, you just click on that first one, the new high, and if you click on help, then you'll see, here they all are. But again, you don't have to learn them all. But if you want to see what they're looking for, you can just take a look here, but you don't have to learn them all. I just want to emphasize that because people get hung up on, oh my gosh, how am I going to learn everything in the user guide? How am I going to learn about what all these alerts and filters are? Okay, now a word about this window that we see here called Brokerage Plus. That was a challenge, that VIVK, guys. That was a real challenge to talk and try to trade that at the same time. I'm a little disappointed it didn't really break through that 450 level, but it could happen later on. Okay, so the Brokerage Plus. So this window that you see here, this big blue screen that you see here is what we call Brokerage Plus. So if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, and you're also using our downloadable application, not the web-based version, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Only works with an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account. Please do not ask me about any other brokerages, okay? Because I have no idea when or if that'll happen. So right now it's IB or E-Trade, okay? But again, listen really carefully. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have this feature. That's all it means. We're a scanner first and foremost. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So the link I put in has two. Boy, look at this. The XTR. I don't know who anybody take that short, guys. That's just an awesome short on a percentage basis from. So far, that's about 5% so far and moving down. So that first video, or the first video, there are two videos in that link, the Brokerage Plus link. The first video, the short one, again, shows you how you can connect to your IB or E-Trade account. You notice here it says Brokerage Plus, and underneath there are two options, live and simulation, paper trading. And so again, if you have an E-Trade or IB account, you would first watch that video. It shows you how you can connect. And then again, you can use this window to trade. And then the second video, a lot longer, goes into a lot more greater detail about how you can use this window. Now, how I like to demonstrate it is as a simulator. Okay, a simulator, a paper trader simulator, whatever you want to call it, can emphasize enough to practice trading before you start trading your account. And it's very simple. I'm going to disconnect right now. Now, if you don't see this, then you have to go to my homepage and scroll up where it says download and make sure you downloaded the latest version, or the beta version, okay? Then you'll see the same format. Now, notice it says not connected, so I would just click on Sim. I would just click on Sim, and then you see it changes to account. Click on account, and then click on simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. And again, our simulator uses our real-time data. So again, you don't even need a broker. And I will I'll demonstrate how you can take a trade, for instance. It's very, very simple. You just click on an alert and the symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want. And then, you just click on the buy, you pick how many shares you want, you click the buy, and then you send, and you're done. All you need is our standard service, crypto. Yes, all you need is our standard service to practice trading. Now, the person who asked about the 20 SMA, the crosses, not giving you anything, are you still in the room? Because I think what I can do is just create something very simple and see what I'm getting. See if you're still in the room. You asked that in the pre-market. I just couldn't. Okay, I don't see an answer, so I'm not sure you're still in the room. Just wanted to, you say you weren't getting any alerts when you were using the 20 SMA cross, but if you're not in the room, okay, let's take a look at what is happening. Waiting to see if Netflix and NFLX can crack 190. Ooh, come on down. Again, I am short this 198. I took this in the pre-market. Okay, I shorted this. I was yakking all day yesterday. Will it take out 200? Will it take out 200? And it kind of did, and then it didn't. But this morning when I woke up, well, I saw it actually yesterday afternoon, and then it popped up. So I decided, why not? So I almost got stopped out. Just to confirm, there was no watch list with trade ideas. No watch list with trade ideas. I'm not sure I understand what you mean, Dak. I mean, we have lots of watch lists, but I've got. What do you mean? There was no like a specific watch list? I don't know what you mean by that. Meanwhile, I've been missing all these halts and resumes. TNON. Oh, okay. So this is an IPO today. Okay. Shoot, I missed that one. Well, I mean, you can create a symbol list, of course. Dak, you know that. You've been a member longer than I have. You can create a symbol list with the stocks you want to follow, and then attach that to a to an alert window or a top list window. Like, are you serious? You've never created a symbol list before? Yeah, I mean, it's just a symbol list. If you go here, if you go to the guide, so click on my home page, okay, and go to the education section. and go to the guide. And where it says, it's got to say it somewhere. It's got to say it somewhere. Watch list, okay? Symbol list, watch list, okay, yeah, it shows you how you create a watch list. Put the symbols in you want, and then you attach it to the alert window or top list window on how you want to monitor it. And there's a pretty simple way during the day of adding. Notice we have a heart here. So for instance, just for argument's sake, say you wanted to add TNON right now. Okay, so if you click on that heart, well, okay, there's a, let me do it this way. If you could do it this way, right click, and you see where it says send TNON to, and then symbol list. And now if you've never created one before, you'll see it right off the bat. And then you can just send it there immediately. Okay, so a couple of steps. So if you saw a stock you wanted to add to the symbol list, again, you just right click, send TNON, hover, symbol list, hover, and it'll keep popping up, and just pick the one you want. Now, if you've never created one before, you'll see it immediately, and you just click, and then it's in that symbol list. Okay, then create a top list and do not have really any filters in it. If you just want to see the symbols in there, just create a top list, and then attach that symbol list with all the symbols you want into it, and you'll see them. But I'm surprised that you've never created a watch list before. Well, now you got to. Okay, never had to? Okay. All right, guys. So again, let's say I wanted to take this RES, okay? I just want to demonstrate how you do it, and I'm just going to talk just a little bit about money management, okay? So I'm going to take 500 shares. Okay, there's the 190. Let's get down to 189. So I'm going to take 500 shares, not of Netflix, no, RES. I'll show you how you can take a trade in the simulator. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy it at the market. The spread's okay. It's not terrible. So now I'm going to send it, and you'll see it up here. Okay, so it took the trade at 10:28. I am going to talk a little bit about money management. I'm going to put a stop at 10:08, and I'm going to show you why I'm doing that. I'm just trying to make the math easy. Okay, and you'll see the stop price you'll see a red line in the chart that should say approximately minus 100. In fact, right on minus 100, okay? So when you get into trading, you should have some kind of a checklist that unless you can check every single box, you do not take the trade. You've got to be selective, just start taking trades left and right out of number one, out of boredom, okay? You've got to be selective. So for instance, I've got a checklist. Most of the things are already checked based on my scans. What do I mean by that? I'm never going to see a stock outside of a price range that I'm comfortable trading, or without a certain volume that I'm wanting to trade, etc. Okay, so a lot of things are already covered in my scans. And then after that, when I get the alert, I check, I click on it, check to see what's happening with the overall market, check to see what it looks like on a daily and a monthly and a weekly chart. And I'm sizing this up pretty quickly. Obviously it comes with some experience. And then I decide if I want to take the trade. So again, trade ideas. That's what we're called, trade ideas. They are ideas. It doesn't mean just because you get an alert from the scan that you created that you just immediately take the trade. So let's just say that you've been able to check every box and you take your trade. The next step in your mind, it has to be, well, the way I trade anyway, you know what? Not every trade, even if it's the best possible setup in the world and it's got fantastic news, et cetera, you know what? Guess what? They just don't always work. So you should have a price where you're going to get out of the trade. Okay, if it's working against you. And that, of course, is what we call a stop. So I put a stop here at 10:08. And I'll explain why I put it here. I wanted to make the math easy. So the stop for me is usually what I do is I'll size up what I look at, maybe no less than a 5-minute chart, sometimes a 15-minute chart, where I think there's a support area. In other words, a bunch like a price where it could bounce off that. If it goes down there, it may bounce off that and not go down below it. But if it does go below it and it breaks support, I want to be out of the trade. Okay. Now, if you're starting out new, my recommendation to make it really simple and practice in the simulator, maybe put your stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. The reason I say that is obviously the low of the previous 5-minute candle, that is a defined number. Whereas a support area on a chart, your idea of support, my idea of support may be different. So, but the low of the previous 5-minute candle, that's a defined number. So why is this all important? Well, the next step is, okay, how many shares are you going to take? Well, again, when you get into the trade, you also have to figure out, okay, if this trade works against me, how much am I actually willing to lose on the trade? If you have a $5,000 account, you better not be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, and for demonstration purposes, I want to risk $100 a trade. Okay. How much you're going to rate, how much you'll risk per trade will be, depending on your account size. The other thing that I do is I do not vary how much I risk per trade. I try to keep it as close to that the same number as possible. So in other words, I'm not risking 500 one trade, 1,000 the next, $50 the next. Okay. So within reason, I try to keep my risk the same for every trade. So why did I take a 20 cents? No, you notice this is a 20-cent stop. I got into this trade in the simulator at 10:28. I put the stop at 10:08. I just wanted to make the math easy. That's a 20-cent stop. I'm in the simulator. I say I'm going to risk $100 a trade. So if I divide 20 cents, again, the difference between my entry and my stop into the $100, I get 500 shares. That's why I took 500 shares for demonstration purposes. Okay. So again, I'm not taking the same number of shares every time. I will always be taking the difference between my entry and my stop, and I'll be take that number and I'll divide it into, let's say, the $100. So my share size will vary from trade to trade. This is why you've got to practice. You've got to practice. So that's all well and good. So you practice in the simulator, okay? Practice in the simulator. And if you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to trade. Flat out, just forget about it, okay? Because, where I'm going to demonstrate next is, when you're practicing in the simulator, there's no emotion. You lose, I get out of this trade. Say I was in a loss position, flatten it, that gets you out of the trade. And if I were actually losing in this trade, oh well, it's not real money, okay? And it's easy to obey your stop, again, when you're practicing. Problem is, when you start to trade, sometimes it's really hard to obey your stop because you start to second guess where you place your stop. Because when you took the trade, you were so convinced that it was going to work. Everything, you were able to check all your boxes, and maybe a big plus, the market was soaring higher. There was fantastic news also with the company. And yet it still didn't work. It's not working. It's starting to drift down to your stop price, and you don't obey it because you get stubborn and you let your ego get in the way. And so instead of that $100 loss, manageable, it starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and sell it, and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Okay, that's number one. And I'm sorry, guys. I mean, the people who have been in the room for forever, you know, this is a spiel I have to go through. Lots of new traders. Almost as bad is not obeying your stop, being down now instead of the $100, down $200, $300, $400, and then it does turn around, and now you're up $200, $300, $400, and you go through the congratulatory phase and say, "Fantastic! I'm so glad I did not obey my stop." Can that happen? Of course it can. But I'm just saying, with experience, you know, with my, I've been trading for a few years. Not obeying your stop. I never, never not obeying my stop. And the other thing is, you can always get back into the trade. So you get stopped out, you can always get back into the trade. Maybe it sets up again, sort of the same way. Maybe, you know, and maybe so when you first took the trade, maybe the market conditions, maybe something happened. You know, it was just maybe a little bit early. But maybe it sets up again. You can always get back into the trade. Okay. So that's it, guys. That's my soapbox. Practice trading. If you won't practice trading, I can't help you. You know, again, we're a scanner. We can generate great ideas based on, you know, some of the scans that I've got, some of the scans that you create. But it doesn't mean, you know, this is not meaning that every single alert you get is going to be a winner. Yeah, I don't know if there's a new video on this. I mean, it's really simple, and it is included, Chandru. It is included in the basic service. Yes, the standard service. But you know, if it has this look right here, because if you're not on the latest version of Trade Ideas, it may look a little different. But it's super simple. You know, you just click on an alert, and you'll see the symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. If you want to go in at the market, and you know, typically if the spread is okay, in other words, there's not a big difference between the bid and the ask, you can go in at the market. And that's what I would do. I would start to, well, you know, obviously first of all, if it's a huge spread, I probably wouldn't trade it. Okay. But it's really that simple. And you just click the buy button and then you send it. So I mean, that's it. Now, before though, if you don't have this look, first of all, I'll disconnect from my from the simulator. This is what it'll say. It'll say not connected, and then you just click on sim underneath that brokerage plus, and just wait for it to say account. When it says account, you click on it, and then it says simulated trading default. Now you're in the simulator. It's really that simple. And now again, if you just click on an alert, the symbol will show up. Pick how many shares you want to trade, and click that buy button, and then the send. Okay, so it's really quite simple. You know, that I mean, there are some other things. I mean, these are hotkeys. So in other words, if I want to get out of a trade right now, I can flatten the trade. So if I had several trades up and running, I would just pick the one, I highlight it, see how it's grayed out, and I could get out of the trade by flattening it, or I could get out of half my trade, or I could double my position. Or I could, of course, go right in here and pick how many shares I want to trade, get out if I don't want to get out of the entire trade or use these. Well, you're starting out brand new. I mean, you have to, are you brand new? I mean, the list of stocks, I mean, these are generated from your, you know, either an alert window or a top list window that you have. Okay. It is not test drive week. No. Okay. You have to, I mean, So the list of stocks is up, well, I shouldn't say, well, it is up to you. It's up to your scans that are producing the alerts. But again, if you're brand new, please take a look at the let's get started first, okay? If you're brand new. Well, I mean, you can take my scans. I'm sharing my scans. Or you can go to the channel bar. Sorry, you can go to the channel bar, click on new, and then docked channel bar. And these are all theme-based channels. So for instance, you click on the momentum channel, and these, you're going to see some alerts here. You're going to see some symbols that have been generated. But you can create your own scans. Or again, we've got a lot of scans and all these different channels that we've created. And the scans that I'm sharing. So when you say it is created by, by yourself, yeah, you can create your own scans from scratch, or you can take a look at the scans that we have created. But it sounds like you're brand new to trading also. So, I mean, if you're brand new to trading, I can't emphasize, just, okay, Chloe. I cannot emphasize more to take a look at this little video series. Click on my home page link, and again, go to the education section. I mean, the first thing you should do though, is let's get started. And once you've done that though, and if you're brand new to trading, now let's get started. This is just with trade ideas. I mean, going through the basic steps, how to download the program and all, okay? The basic steps. But if you're new to trading, you got to spend the time, click on that support area or the education and take a look at this back to basics. And this is all free. It starts off with what is a stock? There is a learning curve to trading. Okay? A learning curve to trading. You've been trading options. Okay. Well, then take a look at that. Let's get started, like the get started, like let's get started. And if you've already downloaded the program, I mean, you can bypass some of the steps. I mean, obviously you don't have to, you know how to, if you've downloaded the program already. Yeah, exactly. Legal. I mean, in our YouTube room, I mean, the learning curve means you're going to experience some pain. It's not easy. And the pain, though, well, again, if you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to trade your account. I'm just going to keep saying it over and over again. Now, the unfortunate thing is that even if you can make money in the simulator, you sort of graduated to that level. When you start trading, there's no guarantee because again, all that emotion comes in. It's really simple to be in a simulator, and oh, well, I'll take a loss. It's just play money. But when you start trading for real, a lot of your discipline and all the discipline really that you learned and hopefully practice in the simulator can really get tested. All right. Well, if you've been swing trading, yeah. Well, obviously, I mean, you can, of course, use trade ideas to swing trade, but I mean, we're really designed as you can design scans that are for the active trader, the intraday type trader. But let's face it, I mean, a great trade that you took intraday, if it closes well and it has room, what I call room, you look left on a daily or a weekly or a monthly chart and it still has room to run, hey, you can make up your mind if you want to hold it. So something that starts off as, it's something that you may have planned to be an intraday trade can turn into a swing trade. And by that, I don't mean something that turned out to be that you wanted as an intraday trade, and now you're in a big loss position, and you're saying, "Well, I guess I better hold it." No, that's not what I mean. You got to have a stop. You even well, hopefully Chandru, you probably know this too. If you're swing trading, even if you're swing trading, you've got to have a stop. You can't hope and pray that something's going to work for you. Now, in swing trading, of course, your stop is usually a lot wider because you've got to take into account some of the swings, no pun intended. But even a swing trade, you better have I mean, how many times have people got into a trade? Let's say you took this trade at RES, okay? And you said, you know what, I'm swinging this, and I'm going to put an $8 stop on it, almost a $2 stop. And then it hits that $8 and it starts to move down. Well, you know what, maybe a little bit more. Now it's down to 6. And now it's all the way back down to this 4 level. And now it stays there forever or for a long, long time. So now you're down $6, when really you could have only been down 2 and moved on. Okay, now just a word about this, what you're seeing here. So it says the max P&L at 75, total P&L 17, okay? So what that means is, this is a way to practice or kind of gauge how good are my exits. I mean, it's one thing to get into a trade and it's working. When am I going to get out? And am I leaving a lot of money on the table? Now, there's no way, you're always going to get out the absolute high right to the penny. I mean, I'm not saying no way, but it's rare that's going to happen. But this could be a good gauge because what I like to have is the max P&L, the total P&L, and also the distance from the exit price. So what this is telling me right now is at one point when I was in this trade, I was up $75. When I exited this trade, I only made 17. Again, this is in the simulator. Okay. Now, I mean, again, I was just using this for demonstration purposes, but imagine if this said 500. At one point you're up 500, and boy, by the time I exited, I was only up 17. I would say you better, work on your exits. Okay. You don't have to get out of everything, but maybe start taking some out along the way. But you wouldn't want to see a $500 gain turn into only a $17 gain. So this can be a good gauge. The next one is the distance from the exit price. Because again, this is going to tell you, okay, when you got out of the trade, where is it now? So look at the exit was 1030. At this point, it's 9 cents above. Of course, what you'd love to see is a nice big negative number. Okay, you got out of the trade, and now after you got out, it really started to sink, and you can say, oh, that was a good exit. Okay, so these can be nice little gauges, to show you how good are your exits. And we have a lot of support. I mean, this room is like this, I say, every day. Well, not every day, not Saturday and Sunday, 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. Between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room, we've got, there are other traders that trade ideas. I'm the active trader. The other guys are more swing traders. And so you can head over there, but they can answer any question about trade ideas, but they're more into swing trading than I am. And so between 12 and 1. And then now, not for the balance of this week, but typically between 3:30 and 4:30 in our YouTube room, Chris Varley is there to answer a lot of questions also. So we really pride ourselves in all the support that we give. No, and yeah, I guess he got kidded a bit as well. Chris Barley with a V. All right, guys, I'm back. So take a look at DWAC. These can be invaluable clues, okay? Not just with this stock, but I mean in general. So you look at a 15-minute chart here, all right? So what is this telling me right now? So you see these top, what I call topping tails. Remember what this means? That's a green candle, but at one point it was all the way up there, up to 146. The sellers knocked it down here to 45. And then the buyers took over again. They got it all the way up here, up to that topping tail, right up here. And then the sellers knocked it down to here. The buyers still strong, got it all the way up here to 47. The sellers knocked it down here. The buyers tried again. Sellers knocked it down. The buyers tried again. Sellers knocked it down. You can see what's happening. Eventually, at some point, the buyers may give up and say, you know what, you sellers can have it for now. Now there are some bottoming tails because that's the reverse, of course. The sellers had it down here, and the buyers had it up. But when I see this, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and maybe even 6 topping tails. Eventually the buyers are just going to give up for a while. And it's always a battle all day long, not just this stock, but any stock you see. So when you see this, so this now would be telling me, this, it might be ripe to maybe short this one, because I mean, eventually, again, the buyers are just going to give up for a while. I don't mean forever, but just for a while. So when you say who generates the alerts for the simulator, you do, crypto. I mean, it's up to you. I mean, you pick, you're practicing trading. So you generate the alerts. You click on a symbol and it shows up in the simulator and then you trade it. Does that not make sense? Like you're the one who's practicing trading. So you are the one who is generating alerts. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. What is the rectangle next to price indicating green to red? Are you talking about, no, I may have disabled it. Just give me a moment. Okay, yeah. So I had disabled it. Just give me a moment. I'll just find it a little. Oh, okay. So this is what you're talking about, this rectangle. Okay. So what the system does, it says, okay, when you click on the CYN, I click on CYN, and it's at 409 right now. So they have a suggested stop for you at 391. You can just sort of see, what I'll do, I'll just get a big chart and it'll be easier to see. So let's just do the CYN. I've got to, okay. So they're saying, listen, if you took this trade at 406, here is a suggested stop area. So if you took the trade at 406, now it's changing now, but then they would say, and now you can define your risk level. This is why I'm in the simulator, I'm always risking $100. So they were saying if you took that trade at 406 and it broke down to that smart stop level of 385, you'd be out $100. Okay, if you were risking $100, and this is just nothing fancy. This is your target, a target. I pay no attention to targets. I mean, it's just double the stop. You can see if it hit the target, you'd be up 200. If you lose, you're down 100. Okay, that's all it is. It's just a guide. And how this smart stop is generated. It's something to do with the highs and lows, or the volatility of the 15-minute candles, the highs and lows of the day, and it gets fed into the system and it generates a stop. Okay. So that's what that is. You don't have to follow it, of course. It's just a guide. All right, guys. FULC, fulcrum, is that fulcrum? FULC. Boy, that's just slid, hasn't it? So crypto, I answered your question. Does that make sense when you said who generates the alerts for the simulator? You do, because you're the one practicing trading. You are practicing trading. So, and again, the alerts come from either A, you're creating your own scans, or you can take my scans, or you can take a look at the scans that have been created in our toolbar. Okay, OST. Oh, this is another IPO, I guess, right, guys? OST. I don't know why these are not showing up on my price alerts. I thought I put all of my IPOs. Okay, wow, three. This is another one of these crazy ones, guys. Shoot, why is this not showing up? Anyway, this is what I'm talking about. I don't know if they just added it or something, but OST, 3.4 million shares at 4. So you can see how crazy this gets. This is at $23 right now. The IPO was priced at 4, only 3.4 million shares. And this could do absolutely anything now. I mean, it already has. Look where it opened. 10 exploded higher. Again, IPOs, if you're new to trading, forget about trading IPOs, okay? But, there are enough of us in the room that it's kind of interesting. And these IPOs that release so few shares at a very low price and do something like this, they can do the absolute craziest things you can believe. We've seen them go from to $80 in 2 days or even the same day. It's insane, but it's certainly not for anybody who's new. Yeah, I don't know about that VIVK. I'd be waiting for a 4 break, really, and look at the volume. To see how the volume has just petered out. Meanwhile, so we've had a very choppy day in the market. So we had a little gap down to begin, and then a big pop, and then that third 15-minute candle wiped all that out. Looked like this was the big uh-oh moment, and it continued down, and now we're having a little rally. So this has definitely been a challenging day in terms of choppiness. And unfortunately, I think Netflix is following this too closely. I wish it would just really trade on its own to a greater degree. Boy, this is crazy, isn't it? FRGE. So it is now just above 57, above yesterday's high, FRGE. This just has crazy whippy action. So guys, the best thing to do if you just want to try us out, we're having this test drive. It starts on the 16th. So about a little over 2 weeks from now. Let me just show you what it looks like. But when you click on this test drive link, this is what you're going to say. So notice it starts on the 16th. So if you sign up today, it'll cost you $11.11. You don't get data until the 16th, okay? Live data until the 16th. So please don't harass our support people and say, hey, I just signed up. Where's my data? Okay? And it'll be just as if you're a full premium subscriber. The only thing you won't be able to do is auto trade either your own strategy or the AI, okay? Which I don't agree with anyway, so I don't think it's a big deal. But you can practice. You want to auto trade in our simulator, you can do it, but you cannot auto trade a live account. Actually, I should hold off on that. I'm not sure you can even auto trade in the simulator, but auto trading, and especially if you're new, just forget about it. But again, for $11.11, so you'll have access to the premium service. If you're a standard subscriber and you want to see what the premium is, you can do that also. Once the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay, so we do this about 4 times a year. So it's a good opportunity to try us out and see what you think. And that works out to 10 trading days. And this room, of course, will be the same like this. All right, guys, I'm just following an internal discussion at Trade Ideas. Okay, let's see now. Now, C-Tech just got halted, okay, and just over $1. What's the volume like? If the volume is, well, not very much right now, but it just got halted. And this is a real cheap one. Just got halted over $1 and a low float. Yeah, 12 million in the float. Again, low volume right now, but my guess is that when it starts to, when it opens, of course, the volume will certainly pick up. All right, yeah, market surge, nice little market surge. Let's see if it takes out these highs right there at some point, which is about 422. I'll let you in a little secret. He's posting under another another name, okay? Okay, Kieran, there are no scans for IPOs. However, and I don't know why these didn't show up before, but let me show you what I do. And I think it's better than having an actual scan for an IPO. So first of all, can you hear me and can you see what I'm going to do before I go into this? Okay. So now a lot of times the IPO shows up here. It's a quirk of our Halts resumes. Okay. Notice OST. It showed up as a, where did it show up the first time? As a resume. Okay. Now that's just a quirk. Because obviously You know, I don't know why it happens, but it just does. And there's the TNON, you know, I think it was earlier. It shows up as a resume. But this is what I do. And you can have that Halts resumes. And I would say at least 90% of the time, the IPO will show up there. It's not going to say IPO, but it's you know, for instance, if you don't see, if something says resumed and it hadn't been halted before, you pretty well know it's an IPO. But this is what I do. And somehow I missed those two, but let's just see. Yeah, they're not there. Okay. So I have an IPO calendar that I go to. I'll put the link in. This is what it looks like. Okay. So if I go to the IPO calendar, so we are now the 27th. So here's tomorrow, for instance. Now I don't care about these. This is a SPAC, so I don't care about this one. Okay, and I think this is a SPAC also. I don't care about this one. You know, you can see acquisition corporation. So these are those SPACs. But this one, I do have it. I know I have the alert set here. There's SOBR and there's BLTE. These are that's tomorrow, and this is Friday. And then the EDBL. I know I have those. And this is on Friday. I'm not sure I have this one. So, but this is what you can do. Say on Saturday, you got 10 minutes or so to kill. So you go to your IPO calendar, and now I'm pretty sure I don't have this one yet. So this is what I do. I'm going to take HLVX, and I'm going to HLVX. Okay, I'm going to put it in our charts, and of course it's not trading yet. So I will create a price alert. Well, first, before I do that, I just want to show you something. Okay, so I'm going to create a price alert. So I'm going to right click, oops, create a price alert. I'm going to put a price alert at $1 because, you know, surely it's going to open more than $1. But this is what I like to do. I like to put in the notes section a little bit about it, okay? 10.3 million shares. So I'm just going to put 10 million shares. Estimated between 16 to 18 before when it opens. And I also like to put who's behind it. Now this one is probably not going to be that interesting to me. I like the really cheap ones, but you can do this. You know, there's Guggenheim. You don't have to put them all, but JP Morgan. I'll put Leerink. Okay. So now what happens is I save this. So if I check my price alerts window, and I scroll to the bottom, see it, there it is, right there. When it starts to trade, and this is what didn't happen with those other two because for some reason I didn't go through the exercise for those other two. When it starts to trade, first of all, I always minimize my price alert window. When it starts to trade, it'll pop right up on my screen, and I always have it sorted on the trigger time, so the last one will always show up. I see it right at my screen, but more importantly, I have in the notes section, it's going to tell me, see these ones which haven't started to trade yet, you know, but I'll be aware of you know, how many shares were issued, the price range. So for instance, and again, I don't know why I didn't have the OST, but the OST would have popped up, would have said like 3 million shares, but at $4 to $5, I would immediately have known that, and I'd be looking at that and going, oh my gosh, this was, you know, very few in the float, and look where it opened at $10. So lots of enthusiasm. So you see what I mean? Instead of just having an IPO scan, which, you know, I don't think we can't. There's a way to trick it sort of, but I think this is way better requires just a little bit of work on your part, just to go to an IPO calendar, get set up, do them for the week, and then just wait for the alerts to happen. Does that all make sense? And then you know a little bit more rather than thinking, okay, this opened at $10. I wonder what the IPO price was. Well, is that lower or higher? Is there a lot of enthusiasm? How many shares? You don't have to go back and kind of check all that. So that's what I do. And the price alerts window, again, I think it's underutilized. Let me get here. Oh, I see what's happened. Just give me a moment. Okay, so what I do is I minimize my price alerts window, and you generate it from new and then price alerts window. And if you've never done one, then it'll be blank. And then you can just create your price alerts like I did. Of course, I can put a price alert. If I click on a symbol, if I wanted to put a price alert up here at 1813 for NKTX, see what I did? All I did is I just moved my mouse up here, got that dotted line. I want to put a price alert up here at the VWAP. I'm sorry, at the VWAP at the 200-day. I just move up here, and then I just right click and create price alert. I don't now in these ones I don't put notes. Okay, you can, but I only usually put the notes in when it's an IPO, and then save. And you see there's a blue line on the chart. So if NKTX hits either of those two prices, you're going to see, because I minimize the window, it'll pop up on my screen. I cannot miss it. So let's show you how that would work. Let's try to get one right now. This is a pretty fast moving stock. There we go. See how that happened? I just didn't have it scrolled up. See how it happened? NKTX was right at the top. I see it. I can put a sound alert on it. Just using, the actions, the same thing as put a sound alert on the other alert windows. The reason I do that is because, I've got a wireless headset, so sometimes I wander away from my computer. So I will see it. It changes colors at the top, so I cannot miss it. You are welcome. Well, I guess that was 2 days ago, right? Acon was it an IPO? Looks like it could have been. Very few, or did it change symbols? Well, let's just again check the calendar. Yes, all my scans, the question in our YouTube room, all my scans, all the scans from the toolbar can be used in the standard service. Only thing you don't get, I mean, the premium, focuses more on the AI, which, I'm not a big AI user, but that's what it focuses on. The standard service is great. You can create your own scans, you can have my scans, you can have all the scans from the toolbar, all included in the standard service. All right, let's check see, I don't see icon here. I don't see, what was it? What was the symbol again? Acon. I don't see it as an IPO. So was it an uplisting maybe? No, it says it says, well, it's interesting. It says ACONU. So I guess it was. You know, I do have another site that I check, and sometimes these really little ones are on that site. Let me just check that site also, see if it was there. You know, this is another IPO site that I have, but I don't see. Oh, here it is. Yeah. So this is this. Yeah. So I should actually check. You know, there are two sites. This is the NASDAQ activity, and then the other one. So it was here. Yeah, 4.35. Oh, sorry, $4.35. 2 million shares. So you can see the enthusiasm is not quite there. I mean, it's it was priced at 435, so it's underneath. I'm gonna have to start looking. So you can, this is another IPO site. Maybe I should use that more. The other one is just, well, it's prettier. It's easier to navigate, but so there are two IPO sites that you can check. I just think it's an interesting exercise to do it that way anyway. You should know a little bit more about what the IPO is all about. You can always check, it always will tell you, well, what are they in theory, this is what they're doing here. Is it an EV play? Is it in a hot sector? But you can see, I mean, it's got some good volume now, but it's underneath the IPO price. Now, did it ever get up to the IPO price? Yeah, it didn't even get up. See, the first day it traded, it got as high as 327. So it's high now, but it's still below the IPO price. That doesn't mean that it won't, rip later on, next week, today, tomorrow, but it certainly wasn't met with the same sort of enthusiasm as OST, which was similarly priced and similar in terms of how many shares. And look what this one's doing, 23. All right, just give me a moment, please. Oof, I almost had a little mini heart attack there. I couldn't find our dog, and then I forgot my wife took her to the groomers this morning. All right, guys, what time is it now? 11:47. Wow, it's been a fast morning. So 11:47. So what I'm going to do is put the YouTube link in. So if you guys want to head over there while I take my break at noon, this is in the main room, of course. And I just want to verify, I'm pretty sure it is going to be Steve Gomez, he is the originator of the trades of the week. Give me a moment. Okay, again, I just want to verify that it is going to be Steve in the room. We've had an active day, guys, in the Halts resumes. There's the OST, halted again on the, oh, sorry, just resumed. So, Zach, let's take a look at your, trying to see if anything happened from your bounces or topping. I guess, well, no shorts available for me on the FRGE, so couldn't have done that one. All right, let me take a look at the VIVK, and there's the VWAP 384. Yeah, okay, let's put an alert above it. Well, I have some alerts set up here. I'm going to put an alert at 4 again. Well, that was just a quick trade for me, man, oh man. I asked somebody who trades options, can you check GGB and actually, is that right? 175,000 options total puts and calls? The reason I'm asking, I mean, it's coming in, it's a big float. I mean, I guess it's possible. Again, this showed up. This is just looking for stock with a normal option activity, but that, that's a lot. Yeah, okay. So you're saying 84 contracts total? And that's two different sites? Because I have to keep pointing this out to somebody at Trade Ideas. So that's Fidelity. Ori, where you're getting your information from? I know you're an option trader, aren't you? So where you're getting your option? I mean, I know I could look it up on. I just don't have it up and running on IB E-Trade. And what do you have? 84 also, or approximately that many? Just so I can pass this on to our developers. Okay, thank you. 84. Okay, thank you, thank you. And it is Steve. All right, I pass it on. I pass it on. All right, Netflix, right back down. Okay. And corresponding a little bit with what the market is doing. I had to laugh. I've been rewatching some of the Seinfelds. Last night's episode was when they found out that Kramer's name was Cosmo. And I see this COSM this morning. Not shortable for me, unfortunately, but how could I short Kramer? It's funny, isn't it, PJ? I'm just going to give you. I'm going to take my break. You know what, guys? There'll never be a sign. I don't. Maybe people didn't like it, but I've been rewatching a lot of them. I don't know. Definitely still makes me laugh. All right, guys. So 11:54. So Steve has confirmed that he will be in our YouTube room in about 5 minutes or so while I take my break. Okay, so with the VIVK, you never know. So again, I have my alert set around that 4 level. You never know later on in the day, maybe this afternoon, some at some point, as long as you get the volume. But you can just, I mean, just look at the 15-minute chart, guys. I mean, look how it's just completely fell off, and all this enthusiasm right here, and then nothing. Yeah, is this halted on the way up? Yeah, it is halted actually on the way up. You're right. Recent IPO from a few days ago. So I can't remember if I put an alert here for the this ACON. I'm going to put an alert at around that four. I think the IPO was priced at 435 or so. I'm going to put an alert up there. See if it takes it out maybe tomorrow, next week at some point. Well, New Tex is just taking a header, choppiness, not shortable. So all those shorts that were available yesterday at IB were snapped up. Yeah. Yeah, much ado about nothing on this one. Look at this AFIB. Got up to 140, now down to 90 cents. I think that other one, what was it? The one that yesterday that was over $1 and then it gave it up. It's right back down to about 50 cents. I hear Steve. I heard a little ping in our other room. So let me just go check over there. It's 11:58. So I don't know if it's Steve. You can hear me.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All
Yes,
right.
very
All
low,
right.
but I can hear you.
Oh, hang on a second. Oh, microphone was probably down. There we go.
There we go. Now you're crisp and clear.
Let's see here. What are
You
you
want to
guys
take over
talking
now,
about?
or
What are you guys talking about?
we are talking about? Well, we're talking about. Well, I am anyway. We're talking a little bit about Netflix, of course, being hammered again. I took that short this morning, Steve, in the pre-market at 198. I've been talking about it all day yesterday, waiting for a 200 break. So it's not like me. I don't normally take stocks that expensive, but I had to do it. I kept talking about it, so
Why
I
not?
took it this morning. So it's working out okay. I want to see how far it can go down.
Great. Well, that
Yeah,
sounds good. Shorting is also good.
shorting is
We don't
also
always have to
good.
go long.
Exactly. Exactly.
All right. Well, it looks like my screen is up there, and I can let you go do your thing for an hour.
Okay, okay, thanks, Steve. I'll put myself on mute right now.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Wednesday edition. Welcome to my screen. Here to talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. I did buy a little CFVI, just a small amount, just to play with. Notice DWAC's been having a pretty good last couple of days. Oh, matter of fact, DWAC is at an inflection point here. I have this one in another account, but not all my accounts. But what I'm seeing here right now is that good old test of the 10 SMA after a nice flat move. This is going to be interesting to see how this resolves while I'm online here with you guys. Kind of a buy the rumor, sell the news. Strength in Twitter was weakness in DWAC, but 2 days ago we got the news. After all, private sale was complete, and it seems like its shorts are now maybe covering and leaving their short position in DWAC. Started yesterday, and just really hoping that can follow this this intraday live. Let me grab something. It's funny. So I've got the trader's eye up, and I've asked Brad to uh, turn this down a little bit. Anybody can turn this on. Okay, this is a new channel bar, a new docked channel bar right there. Okay, you click that, it opens up a blank window, and then you click on the trader's eye. What we've got today are basically two trades curated by Andy and myself, primarily Andy. Our CF and COP. Look at that beautiful CF chart holding that 50-day moving average. But COP is making new highs as we speak. And we have in this channel bar here, I didn't mean to do that. Put this back. I'm just going to do it this way. Yes. We're going to open the new channel bar again. Dock channel. Trader's eye. All right. What I meant to say is this new high here, we have it set to properties, actions, play sound. And so you can start to hear when new things are coming in, set to 5 minutes. Good. Okay. So it's set to not repeat unless it's every 5 minutes. It was repeating over and over. Good morning, Ken. So I just kind of leave that window minimized, but also I have the same top list right here. And I know that COP and CF are the two trades today that the trader's eye is watching. And it's kind of nice to see that they're working. Actually working better than the AI. How about that? So keep an eye on those. Yeah, I was going to say DWAC is getting, there it is. It's getting that pressure from the 10 SMA. Look at that, guys. I mean, I fully expect maybe another push right here. We'll see. But on the daily chart, it has broken through the 10 SMA. Let me zoom in so you can see that. It broke through the 10 SMA, which had a good handle on it back there. But today we're trading back above it. And the DWAC basically has the 20-day in its sights. 20-day right there. So, hey, I just heard a CF. So CF just went to highs. Yes, it did. So the 2 trades in the trader's eye, again, which is available to all of you on that channel. All right, Ken has a question. I know you were sent here. You want to set up a strategy for Brokerage Plus simulation with criteria that you could customize your stop loss and price and still risk $100. So with appropriate resizing. Yes. So my first question is, Ken, are you trying to trade your own strategies that you're creating, or are you trying to mimic the AI with your auto trading? That's the first question we have. Go ahead and stick it out and see what you come up with, and then I'll give you a visual, because it is important to distinguish the two, your own strategy, my own. Perfect. Okay, so let's just go here to the B plus module. You would go to Strategies tab right there. All right. Please notice that these always have to be on. Discretionary long, discretionary short are always on and off. That allows you to push the buttons and make manual trades. So down here are some simple just preset configurations that I had. Like, let's just see here. Let me grab my the name of the strategy. Okay, jam down and buy. Okay, so this would be a buy strategy. So I'm going to highlight this. And of course, we would want to turn that on. We would want to enable that strategy using the button right there once it's ready to go. But right now it's turned off. So let's edit this strategy. Edit strategy. Now you'll get this window right here. And essentially, it's going to be under risk management. Okay, so under the risk management tab, you're going to change the stop loss to dollars. And oops. Oh, jeez. I can't. Oh no. What the heck? I'm stuck. I can't do anything here. There we go. Hit cancel there. All right, let's try this again. Edit trading strategy. Enter time, over to details. Risk management. Dollars. And why can I not get that to go? Hang on one second here. Why can I not? Dollars. Okay. So in dollars, it appears we're going to be using $100. So let's play around with this here for a second. Stop loss in dollars, and we use the last price. Okay. Okay, let's turn this on. Actually, I might want to do it a different way. Let's do, I'm not going to do a strategy. I'm just going to do a one click. So this one click would be buy. Let me just see here, because I want to try and trigger this. I want to try and trigger this. So yeah, let's go ahead and market by 100 shares. This is when we're going to configure this one. Same thing we did before. Edit, and we'll go to risk management, and we will say dollars, and let's use 100, and we'll say okay. All right, so market by 100 shares. I'm also going to set as default long strategy so we can test this. We're going to do this so we can test this. Okay, that's my default strategy. I'll turn that on. Okay, so now if I wanted to buy something, let's say I wanted to buy, hang on a second here. Let's just already in that one. Think simple, like Siri. Sirius satellite. Let's say I wanted to buy Sirius satellite right here, and I wanted to use my one click, so I'm going to right click. We're going to trade Siri. All right, see that buy using 100 shares at market? That's the one that I just configured down here. Okay, just going to double check. Buy 100 shares at market, turned on. The edit trading strategies to risk 100. So therefore, stop loss in dollars 100. Therefore, when I send this one-click order, I should have a stop loss of 100 in there. Let's go ahead and test that. Yeah, so let's go ahead and test that one-click buy. This way we can just instantaneously buy it and check and make sure that's the proper stop loss setting. Trade, we're going to use buy using 100 shares at market. It's going to be a simulated buy. Let's go ahead and buy it and see what happens. Orders, positions. Where's my orders? Okay, it didn't work. Why didn't we do that? Let's try that again. Buy, trade, buy using 100 shares at market. Oh, I think I know why. Hang on one second. Let's go back and I have to select the account. So we'll go back to our buy 100 shares one-click order setting here, and we'll edit. And we didn't do this. Ding dong. We got to hit this one right here. We got to go to simulated trading account so it knows where we're trading. Okay, let's try that again. Buy, one-click order, trade Siri using the buy 100 shares at market. Let's see if the order goes through. There's our order. It's going through. Let's go to positions. There's our buy. Now where's our stop? Okay, it bought 100 shares. Okay, that's not right. So let's go back. Strategies. I thought that was my risk management. Risk management, stop loss, dollars. One. Okay. Sorry if I'm a little confused here because I don't use this that often. Siri, add stop order. You know what? I think I know. No, that's not it either. All right, bear with me here. That one's really running. Nice. Why did that not send the stop order? Strategies. 100 shares at market. Edit. Risk management. Stop loss. Dollars. Why am I not seeing that? Right click in my positions and Siri, add stop order. It's not even giving a modify stop order. Add time stop, modify time stop. I should be seeing my stop in there. Okay, that's interesting. Let's try another one. So back to strategies. Okay, let's try something different here then. What if we go to dollars? Okay, that's disabled. Offset trailing stop 100 in price. Okay, you can't have both a stop loss and a trailing stop. Very surprised it's not showing up on my charts here. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to sell. We will sell the series, flatten that. Okay, that one's gone. Let's find another one. Let's find something like, let's do like game. Let's do 100 shares of game and see what happens. $100 at market, risk management, trailing stop, offset 100. Okay, let's see if it works. So trade game, buy 100 shares at market. Okay, here it comes. Okay, there's the buy. But why is the stop not showing up? Let's see here. I'm going to sell this because it's just not right. That's just not right. Okay. Let me think about this. Because I know when we do it in the AI, it's kind of a different process. How do I interpret the offset option as 100 versus 1 versus 50? I don't know, Andy, if you're in here, all I'm trying to do is do a one-click buy using that trading strategy. I tried risk management in dollars with that offset. No line came into the chart. No stop order was sent with the order. I tried trailing stop. No line was sent. No stop order was sent. So, Let me try something here. I'm going to just save and share this. Save and share. All right, Andy. So I'll show you what I was doing. We've got market buy 100 shares, edit trading strategy, risk management, I'll go ahead and we'll do dollars. Trailing stop is now disabled. Offset 100. There's nothing I can do over here. This formula is locked out in gray. So I click OK. And that should be my one-click 100 shares at market buy. So if I want to come in and buy 100 shares of AMC, one-click buy, trade AMC, using 100 shares at market, which I just configured. The order is sent. The stop, it says the stop is there, right? Stop submitted. Stop. Okay, so there's the 100 buy at 15.56. And the stop price would be 84. What? You see my confusion, Andy. It's not doing what I expected it to do here. I don't know why the stops are not showing up in the charts. I don't know why it says 84. I'm a little confused now. It's throwing me for a loop. Okay, yeah, something's not right. It's not just me. Something is just not right. I'm not sure, but those are the steps, Ken. I'm just not sure why it's not. You see, the order shows the stop is open, okay, but stop price negative 84.44. What the hell is that? I'm a little frustrated because I can't figure this out here. I was going to say, let me try another strategy maybe, but there's no guarantee we'll get a fill on it. I mean, theoretically, that's how it's supposed to work. Sorry, Ken, that I can't get that to work correctly for us. I mean, you know, for instance, if it is CFBI, if I wanted to go in and add a stop order, put it at 1140, it should show up on my chart. Does it? Let's see. Okay. Stops are not showing up on the chart. There it is. All right, it took a second. That's what I expected to see on that order. Going back to AMC, the stop price was 84 something, and I just don't understand why. CFVI, I can enter a manual stop, and I can delete it. Cancel this order, yes. That order is canceled. Well, it looks like we're going to have to look into that, Ken. I'm sorry I can't get that to work live. And, you know, I had Andy look over my shoulder and verify that I was doing everything correctly, and it seems I was. Back to our earlier discussion here of that inflection point I told you was going to be very curious to watch while we were trying to figure that out. Really nice push off of that, okay? Really doing exactly what I had expected today. Can I change the number of shares after the order is submitted? After the order is submitted, you have the option to change. You have the option to cancel and replace anything you want. Yeah, you would just cancel the existing stop order, add a new stop order. Don't forget, we also have these buttons over here. You can hit half and you can highlight the order and hit sell half. Or you can sell all of it, or you can reverse, or you can double your position. Those are some quick cheat buttons there. All right, well, let's try again, James. I'm happy to try again. Let's try on something else, something that's not so so crazy. Like Newmont, okay. If I'm going to buy 100 shares at Newmont and I want to risk $100, my stop should be down here about in the 72 range. So if I right click, trade Newmont, buy 100 shares at market, here comes the order to buy, executed, order to sell. What is this negative 26.95? This is not right. Okay. This looks like this could be just a major bug right here. Stop price negative 26.95. Where is it coming up with that? So maybe I'm configuring it wrong. Try a stop of $1 and see what happens. Changing the number of shares will ensure that I only risk exactly 100. Yeah. Well, normally this thing does calculate it for us. I just can't figure out why it's not doing that for us right now. So let's go back to strategies. And let's try this. Let's change it. Let's edit the trading instructions. Risk management. Offset $1. Okay. All right. Let's go to something simple. We'll go to Kodak. No, I don't want to use Kodak. That's too much. Well, let's just see what happens. Trade Kodak. Buy using 100 shares at market. There's the buy. Oh, 432. Okay. What's going on down there? Can't even see it. Okay. So, James, my offset was wrong. Why was my offset wrong? So there, now we can see, Ken, that setting did give us a stop loss of $100 from the current price, but it appears through the help of the crowdsourcing with you guys, Omni and James, that if we go back and look at strategies, editing strategy in risk management, offset $1.00. Apparently that that setting worked to give us a $100 stop loss. So my initial values of 100 was creating negative values off the charts. What if I use an offset of 0.5? Will that give us a $50 risk? Let's see. Let's buy some GES. Right click, trade GES, using that, 100 shares. Let's see if we get, that didn't go through. Buy using 100 shares at market, GES. Okay. And hey, we did it. You guys, you helped me out there. Ken and Omni. Not very intuitive, but on the first example, I used a 1.0 and that gave me $100 stop loss maximum. The risk might be per share. Yeah, that's probably it. You got it, Omni. I didn't get great grades in math and equations and things like that. I'm a visual guy. So yeah, you want a $50 stop loss? We'll go back and take a look at that. You would use 0.5. For Ken's example, you want 1.0. Stop loss price cannot be controlled by us. I want to be able to set my stop loss, the number of shares. Well, in a sense, that's what it is doing. It's okay. I see what you're saying now. Hold on. I see what you're saying. Let's do this. Back to strategies. Buying 100 shares is the title, but what are we actually doing? Fixed shares. Okay, so you want it. Right. Okay, so this is probably a little confusing because of the way I did this. I think I understand now. Let's get away from the one-click buy because the one-click buy includes the actual trade size. So let's say I was going to go back to my Trader's Eye here, and how are these stocks doing? Are they ready to make another high, perhaps? Yeah, maybe they are. So let's say we're gonna monitor this window. We're gonna make this a strategy. New high. Okay, that's my strategy. I'm going to enter. We're going to right click, load from cloud, our new strategy. That's the one I just called. Load. Add to existing. Okay. New high in the eye. Here's our strategy. Let's see if we can determine the share size based on this. Edit trading strategy. Order details, risk management. Fixed dollars, position sizing. Fixed dollars based on stop loss. Okay, there it is. So you see, this is a little different, Ken. This is a little different than the one click. So I've loaded a strategy. And what that means is if a strategy comes through and a new high comes through, I'm telling it how I want it to trade that new high. So in this case, the order details section is based on stop loss. It's not a position size. So we're going to start. This is where I was confused on the last one. Stop loss of $100 based on stop loss of $100. Is that right, Andy? I want to set my stop loss price to a specific level. Okay. Now I'm confusing myself. Okay, if you want to set your stop loss at a specific level of support or resistance, that's going to have to be identified by you. What's nice about the stop is that you can always adjust and you can see, look, I'm lowering the stop and you can see where the actual price is. Okay, so if I go down here to this support level, it's going to be a $73 loss. I'm thinking that this is not going to be as automated as you would like it to be. Perhaps, Ken, you might need to maybe do a lot of adjusting, with the stop loss, because you're going to have to identify where you want that stop loss to be. We can tell you where $100 would be, but maybe I'm just not understanding the question like I should. I don't know. I know when we go to the AI Holly, okay, in the Holly options, AI trade size, you can take the AI trade size based on stop loss. So the AI will share size, and this is what I was working with you on a second ago. If you have your own strategy and you put 100 in there, the system is going to base your share size based off of a $100 stop loss. That's because it knows where the stop is in the AI. Oh, I would definitely do it manually. I do everything manually, Ken. I don't trust the automation. I just kind of know where I want to get in, and then I can come in and this is a great feature, and I think this feature probably is really what you're kind of looking for. If my stop is there at that support level, it's going to be a negative $39 trade. If I take my stop down below this support level, it shows me it's going to be about a negative $75 trade. So that is a key metric for you right there. All right, I'm going to go back and close those out. Newmont, Kodak, Guess, Flatten. Oh, quite a big spike up and down in those social media stocks. WAC is again beautifully holding that momentum line. And now it's challenging the 20-day, as I said earlier, on the daily chart. You could submit an email. There might be another approach to look at this. Okay, so let me just see here. How would we do that? Strategies. If I do new high in the eye, edit trading strategy, what was I going to do here? Okay, risk management. Filter. Okay, stop loss filter. So I'm trying to think of using pivot or S1. Do we even have those in there? Pivot. It looks like we don't. I don't even think that would be an option. It might be too complicated just to say, I want to have this many shares with that as my stop loss order, unless I'm missing something, Andy. If you're still here, I just don't know. I'm just afraid it's not going to be something that's easy to automate, Ken. It's just going to have to be kind of an eyeball. And I do it all the time. I look at it and I say, where's my downside? Oh, it's a 2-point downside. I'm going to risk X, and I calculate it in my head, because I think, as you realize, there's no good reason to say, get me out of this trade at $500. That's ridiculous, because that $500 could be right above a support level that you wanted to let test. So the reason to get out of a trade, obviously, is for technical reasons, something breaking down and giving away a technical level. But that level's arbitrary to everybody, to you and me and everybody else. And we can't really peg that to one thing. So I think it's just going to have to be a trial and error kind of a thing in a manual process. Let me catch up over here on a few things. I was on mute. Thank you. Yep, I was on mute. Okay. Yes, it's going to be a difficult, Ken. Everybody's going to have different setups. That one setup that Andy gave you is going to be one scenario, but there's going to be thousands of other scenarios. And what I was saying is every time I do make a trade, I'm quickly looking at the downside technical and saying, okay, well, there's my downside. Here's the current price. What's the gap in between there times the shares? I do it all in my head pretty quickly. So it's always going to be risking a certain amount of money. Thanks for letting me know I was on mute, guys. Right, exactly. Andy responding to Ken there. All right, I don't think I've missed any questions here. Kind of bounced around. Let's see what's going on here. Again, here's that CFVI. Again, proving my point, the 10 period simple moving average on a 15-minute chart lets us know that a stock price is in motion, it's in momentum, and it's staying in momentum until it breaks that intraday and closes below it. DWAC was a beautiful example of this, especially on the sideways action. You get that push in the morning, the sideways action. It's like clockwork. I mean, people say, well, why don't you use a 9 EMA or an 8 EMA or a 13 EMA? Why? Because that's why, right there. I just see much more correlation with this time period and moving average than I do with any other indicator, and that's why I stick to it. So only two symbols today in what we're watching, the Trader's Eye, real-time curated, mostly by Andy and a little bit by myself, COP and CF, the only two things that really looked interesting to the human beings over here. I prefer the 10 SMA to the 9. Yes, I prefer the 10 SMA over everything. You heard that correctly. Because of instances like DWAC. When I see that, it's just clockwork, just perfect sideways action right into the momentum line that pushes it higher. Yeah, sorry I couldn't give you a more definitive answer, Ken. It's just going to be a lot of trial and error, I think. Some of these coal stocks we were watching too. Huge day yesterday in Arch. My God, look at that. Well, I guess that's what you get when you have a 15 million float with 34% short. You get moves like that. All right, I think we're caught up, and boy, time's kind of flying. Got about 12 minutes before Barry comes back in. If anybody else wants to see anything. I don't play options. I really haven't played options perfect circle. I've done it in the past, but I don't have an active options account, so that's for starters. I just like to play the charts. I like to play the commons. I mean, I'll just say I don't fully understand. I mean, I understand the basics of options, but I don't know the nuances of different straddles and different plays and different configurations and positions. I just try to keep it simple. You get some great leverage in options, of course, for sure. But I just never really gravitated to them. see here. Hello, Dave. Can you introduce yourself when you get a chance? I've been a subscriber for about 4 years. Wow, mostly interacting with Michael. Yeah, Dave. Well, I've got Michael beat in terms of longevity. I'm the oldest user of Trade Ideas around. I'm user number 3. I started using it as the very first beta tester back in 2002, 2003, and I've used it all the entire time. And I've been an employee of Trade Ideas since 2016. So my specialty is, as you can tell, is not auto trading. My specialty is more just swing trading, charts, and setting up scans for what you want to look for. I don't do any auto trading. New to the forum, your understanding is you guys do an hour during lunch. Yeah, so every hour, Barry will be back in about 10 minutes. I do on Wednesdays. Jamie does tomorrow. Andy, who's probably the most similar to my style, does on Fridays. On Mondays, we now have Chris Varley. And I'll tell you what, Ken, on Tuesdays, we missed it by a day, but yesterday is the day Michael Noss comes on, and he is the resident auto trading expert. So that'll be your next opportunity to interact with Michael next Tuesday, and you could come in and maybe ask for maybe a few more ideas and nuggets of wisdom that he might have for you that we don't have, because he is the auto trading expert when it comes to B plus and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, Dave, that's who I am, and that's what we do every day at noon Eastern. Give Barry a break and come on here and just kind of give a different set of opinions and eyes. Hello, Plaza. Is there a difference with 10 period SMA versus 10-day? It's just the terminology. You're either I try not to say 10-day when I'm looking at a 15-minute chart, because it's 10 periods. It's 10 candles on that DWAC. However, on the daily chart, it's 10 days. And look at how the 10-day average just smothered the price on the 10-day average on the way down. But now we've got some volume. We've got a bit of reversal. We're back through the 10-day average. We haven't closed yet, but we're doing so with some wonderful intraday momentum using the 10 candle simple moving average. So to me, 10 SMA basically means momentum. Momentum on the daily and momentum on the 15. It's perfectly what's the word I'm looking for? Fractal. It's a perfect fractal, I think. Yes, my Twitter handle is TISteveG. Every now and then I slip in some crazy politics. Hopefully you won't be offended by that. All right, Ken. Yeah, definitely come back on Tuesday if you can. Plaza. Yep. That's how simple I try to keep it. Now, this blue line is it's a 5-day moving average, but I'm viewing it on my 15-minute chart by using 130 periods, and that gives me a perfect 5-day. Yeah, you remember Today Trader? That was me. Yeah. And then Twitter decided to kick me out into the alleyway on that account, so I had to start a new account. I think I missed one. Robert, can you suggest a good scan strategy for those using Bollinger Bands? I don't have a good Bollinger Band strategy. I'm sorry. And just so you know, the limitations of our Bollinger Bands is we can identify price in the lower band, which equals 0, and price in the upper band, which equals 100 on different time frames. So if you're somebody who's playing a 15-minute chart and you want to find some really overextended down stuff, you could set your Bollinger Band to like, maximum 1 or 2 or 3 to try and find the things that are down there pushing that lower band. And that's about the extent of what we can scan for. There's no real standard deviation crosses or things like that. But it's basically price in relation to the upper band or the lower band. So you can just try and isolate things that are extremely overbought, pushing the upper bands. You could even put a minimum of 100 in the minimum value to find things that are pushing above that band. But that's about it. Very funny, David. There's a guy out there named Today Trader who somehow got my old handle, and he follows me and I follow him and we chat, and he's got like 15 followers, and he says, "Do you want the handle back?" And I said, "No, there's no point at this point. You got it now. You can have it." But I do use Today Trader on TikTok, which, by the way, if you haven't seen it, it was on the 15th of April, and let's see here. There it is right there. Watch out below. Okay. I basically got 15,000 views on that one. Basically, I came in on that day and I said, I don't like the way the market looks right here. There we go. I don't like the way the market looks right here. The NASDAQ specifically couldn't get above the 200 twice, broke the blue 50. Now it's just shuffling and sliding back and forth between the 50. And then a couple days later, bleh. So that was kind of a prescient call on the weakness that I saw over there in the queues that I put out there on TikTok. That's why I haven't been doing a whole lot. Been a lot in cash. I actually was in SQQQ. I think I even mentioned that to you guys last week. I started taking a position down there. That blue line is still there. Actually, that was my position. I sold right here on Monday. That little red bar, as it came back down, I sold. So that was a beautiful trade. I shorted the market using SQQs. And as usual, you kick yourself for getting out too soon. But hey, I got a really good move out of that. But I haven't been doing much because this market is on its heels. It's very, very dicey right now. COP, the trader's eye, close to highs. CF, this was my pick. One of the reasons I like CF is look at these 3 bottoming tails there on the daily chart. That's really nice. Sometimes you can look at just candles themselves, and wouldn't you know it, they're doing it at a level of interest. They're doing those 3 wicks at a 50-day moving average. So I feel I'm long CF in another account. We called CF this morning and what the traders are watching. So this could be the beginning of a maybe 2 or 3 day nice swing trade.
Hey, Steve, I'm back, but you can keep going if you want.
Oh, I was just going to comment on charts here. I'll make
Go
a note.
ahead.
I'll make a
I'm
note of
listening.
that.
I'm learning.
You're
I'm
learning.
learning from you.
Chart seer. I'll take a look at that, Dave, and look you up. That does sound familiar. That's funny that you remembered my old account too. You were in yesterday, SQQ. Were you looking for? Yes, I was looking for a re-entry in SQQ. But when we look at the triple inverses, it makes sense to look at the underlying, which is the NASDAQ. So forget the daily on the SQQ. What I said back here was I covered here, and I said, I'm waiting for a bounce in the Qs back up into the pocket, like the 10 SMA. So I felt like this bounce, as we just got through talking about momentum, this market is on some down momentum now. And any attempt to come up here and meet this declining 10 SMA, I am likely going to be there shorting. And I'm likely going to be shorting using the vehicle of SQQ. So I use my key from the actual Qs chart, but then the vehicle in which I'll trade it will be the SQQs. And so if it does that, maybe it comes back down to here or here. I might reload on those, but you're not going to see me entering a new position after 4 or 5 days. This was me taking profits there. So I'm just going to wait for it all to pan out again, and maybe I will re-enter. We'll see. I don't know. This is a very tricky market right now. but we can't get back close to that 10 SMA. And at some point, we're going to challenge it, and that might be where I maybe take a look at another ride on the triple inverses. All right, Barry. Well, that's probably all I got. I got a dry mouth and
Okay,
out
you've
of
got a dry
voice.
mouth. How do you think I feel?
I know, all day long. I don't know how you
7 hours of
do it.
talking.
I don't
All
know how you
right,
do it.
thanks, Steve. Very interesting. You know, I don't use the moving averages like you do, but it's definitely very interesting.
Well,
And yeah, the last thing with Ken, I mean, you're right. You cannot automate a strategy where you're sort of picking and choosing where you want your stop to be. You know,
mm.
on this stock, it's going to be $1 away. Next stock, it's $2 away. You can't automate it like that. It's virtually impossible.
Barry, do you have a 10 SMA on your 15-minute chart?
I do not. I have a 20 SMA, only because I've got the 20 SMA on my. Actually, I'm not sure why I have a 10 SMA or 20 SMA now. I have a
I
10. I have a 20 SMA.
I
Oh,
would
I know
suggest
why.
I would suggest trying it, and then just as you go through your time frames, see if it lines up. Look at this DWAC on
Hmm.
my 10. The minute I took over the show, I said this thing's going sideways, and I fully expect the 10 SMA to pop that thing higher, and that's when it did. So you might want to try it and put it on there and see if you can start to notice some correlations in your
All
methods.
right. I know why we have a 20 SMA because you know we're a lot of people in the room. I don't really pay too much attention to the crosses, but you know there are a lot of people who take that 8 EMA crossing the 20 SMA either up or down to give you either a long or a short entry. So
Totally different. Yeah. I'm using it
yeah,
to
very, very
gauge
different.
momentum. I'm using it to
Yeah.
gauge momentum. And my rule is once the 15-minute candle closes below the 10 SMA, the momentum is dying. That's as
Okay,
simple as I
cool.
keep it. Yeah.
I will do it then. Why not? I'll just
All
add
right.
another indicator on the 15 and see what happens.
All right. Good luck.
All right.
Thanks.
Are you done?
I'm done. All
Okay.
good.
Thank you,
See you later.
Steve.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, guys, I'm back and let me just get my music going. So for those of you in the YouTube room, I'm paying huge amount of attention to the NKTX, okay? The NKTX. I actually took this one. I got a little NKTX. I took this one when it broke out over the 200-day moving average at 1884. I got it just under, right around the 19, and I thought, man, this is it. This is it. It's going to keep running and running. It got up to 1930, and then it started to fall back. So I thought, okay, you better take some out, and then I took it all out. So I'm still watching though to see if it retakes that 1884, which is the 200-day moving average. And you know, I mean, if it can, then obviously 19 would be the next level. And looking left on the monthly chart, I think 1975 was the next high. Yes, the next high was 1975. So you know maybe something to shoot for. If you don't know the story of this one, I mean I can't even really remember what the news was here. But the other big news was that they did a financing yesterday at $15. Look how well that held. They raised 200. This is the correct. This is right. I just want to make sure I'm not. Yeah, they raised $200 million at 15, which is you know tremendous job by them, really. I mean, 3 days ago this was a $7 stock, and it got up to 19, and they were able to raise money at 15, which is not bad at all, and it never actually got down below the financing price. So, oh, you're right. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. I forgot to add my desktop. Got all carried away here. Here we go. Okay, there I'm back. Thank you, Steve. So again, intensely watching this one to see if it like scrambles right through that 1884 again. You know, it's just kind of hanging around. And I will add that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart just to see what happens. So I got there's the 20 SMA. And meanwhile, my Netflix short is still working. I mean, I'm in at 198 pre-market 198. Started to move higher up here along with the market, but it is tracking the market. You know, I don't like that. I wish it were just really trade. excuse me, trading on its own. Facebook? It's Facebook. Yeah, that's. I don't believe that. So Facebook is after hours today. Closer, guys. NKTX is getting so close. 11 cents away. Now, this is what I'm looking at. You guys don't have to see, you don't have to do what I do, of course, but see, we have the same bottoming candle on the SPY that we had have on Facebook. Let's see if some of the other big ones have the same thing. Not really. Microsoft's been pretty strong, guys. It had earnings after hours, a little pop after hours. This is the pre-market, and it's actually now above, looks like it's above, yeah, it's above the post-market high of yesterday. So this is really strong, Microsoft. Well, yeah, Terry. I mean, Facebook, of course, got thumped last time on earnings right here, right from 325 down to 244, has never really recovered. Never really recovered. Had a little run from 195 to 230, but I mean, it's really, and I don't even think it got above. Yeah, I mean, there's the high of that day that it got thumped 248. It never got above that. Oh, I see. I see. I thought you meant. Oh, so there was actually Facebook shares. Wow, on Bloomberg publishing guidance headline. Oh man. Well, let's get the conspiracy theories out there, guys. So if I'm Bloomberg, I'm going to say, we're going to put this out there. So everybody shorted here. And then we say, oh, sorry. And then you cover and go long. Yeah, no, we know. Yeah, it's an incorrect headline. But that, there's a lawsuit. I mean, why not? Sue Bloomberg. Sue the heck out of them. I don't know who put that out, whose byline that was, or if just that's really bad. No question. That's really bad. I mean, just to keep talking about it a little bit. I mean, companies like Facebook and Amazon and Microsoft and Apple, when they say April 27th post market, it's April 27th post market. It's that simple. Other companies, yeah, maybe they can shuffle around a little bit, but not these big guys. Okay. So before I would put a headline out like that, I'd be triple checking. I'd phone Facebook for gosh sakes, before I put out a headline like that. Of course, everybody wants to have a scoop. Okay. So you want to, so man, oh man, that's bad. Yeah, well, they can't. They might be able to delete the headline, but there it is in Interactive Brokers. I know, Doc. I know. salivating if it really takes it out again. Right there, 1884. That's funny. Elon needs to buy Bloomberg now. Well, yeah, I mean, it may be true. It may be true, and maybe it was some kind of a, but they've instantly retracted it. So everybody who sold Facebook, on that news, thinking and it's going to crate or keep creating. Oh, thank God I got out. Thank gosh I got out. Thank gosh I got out. Thank gosh I got out. Wait a minute. I mean, think about it. How would you feel? Yeah, I don't think, I mean, listen, does anybody really expect Facebook to come out with good earnings anyway? I don't know what's going to happen, but all right, guys, watching some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting. I thought maybe I had my sound alerts off, but no, nothing, not getting anything new. And yeah, let's not forget that some of these analysts have put these crazy price targets on NKTX, so that's probably helping too. But I just think it's pretty impressive holding that 15 financing level. Can't even remember what their news was. It was a whatever it was only phase one also, but it was obviously the market loved it. Oh, RDBX is it right back up? RDBX. I know it had a bit of a down day yesterday, unless it recovered. No, I see. No, eye on the 5. Okay. Yeah, why not stick an alert? The problem is all that right there on that daily chart, in my opinion, anyway. They got up to 474 yesterday before it really sold off. But I think that it'll struggle at 5. All right, give me a moment, guys. I'm just checking a couple of things from within Trade Ideas. Oops, just give me a moment here. Okay, I'm just watching Facebook, starting to slide away again. I'm keeping an eye on the NKTX. Oh, eye on 4. Okay, that makes a little more sense. Yeah, I mean, yesterday's high was 474, so there's still room, I guess. All right, guys. So listen, on the VIVK, obviously the volume's got to pick up after this 10-15 candle on the 15-minute chart, zero. Okay, just absolutely no volume. Well, relation. I mean, relations to these candles relative to these ones, you're just, you can just sort of see. I mean, the volume, 61,000 shares, is pretty good. It's traded 70 million, so it's going to trade the float probably by the end of the day. I don't know, 8 or 9 times. But it was all here. Okay. So the only way, I mean, you might want to stick an alert around 390 or so, just underneath that 4 level to see if it can reclaim that. But it has to do it on volume, and then maybe that'll shoot it higher. Other than that, you're just wasting your time. As a sixth language. Last time I looked, those Zach 4 and 5, they're not nothing to do with language. Wink, wink. I'm just teasing you. Well, we don't know, PJ. I mean, who knows? I mean, they're having earnings after hours. I mean, I don't know. I can't imagine anything is going to be wonderful, but nobody knows for sure. I just think, though, that unless they come up with something fantastic, the market just wants to sell these off. That's why I think the Microsoft earnings after hours yesterday was pretty good. I mean, pretty good. The reaction, obviously, great reaction, and They would, and I think it's all to do with their cloud. Okay, yeah, we know Microsoft doesn't, yeah, okay. But it'll be interesting. When is Amazon? Is Amazon after hours today too, or tomorrow? Amazon is tomorrow. Because that'll be an interesting one. Because of course they've got their cloud also. It's very possible, Shady. It's very possible. Were there numbers actually reported, or it was just, let's say, they actually reported numbers? Okay, not just the guidance or. So it was more than just this, just publishing a guidance headline. So maybe that's what they got rid of, the actual numbers that they were posting. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Frank. Okay. Wow. Well, yeah. Let's see how close it was. All right, guys. Well, I have not had a new alert for a while. Yeah. Let's see if Netflix can take out 190 again. The low right down here is on 189. So let's see if it can take out 190 again. Again, just to tell everybody, I'm short this one from 198 in the pre-market. Take a look at ISPO. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Yeah, I'm looking at FinViz. They got 21 million in the float. Can somebody check some other sources for me, please, on the ISPO? I checked FinViz and they had 21 million in the float. If you could check some other sources, I just want to sort of gather this data so I can give poor Brad, who he deals with our FactSet people, the data providers. So 21, but where's that from though? So much freedom. Where's that from? I need several sources. Dilu tracker. Okay, I don't know them, but so I've got FinViz. I've got FinViz at 21 million. Dilution tracker is that a website? No, I'm not familiar with them at all. Yeah, NUTX. It is starting to move again. Had a rocky day. Pop up 1059, got up to, what did it get up to? 13 something, 1381 yesterday. Is come off that bottom of 8, starting to move. Okay, is that right? I didn't know they sourced from Yahoo. Okay, interesting. That's sorry to hear that, Jeb. Yeah, I mean, this float information for the, I mean, you can see right here, I mean, up at 100, I mean, they must have done, bunch of reverse splits. Okay, so for instance, there's another float information, 8.9 million I'm getting from our YouTube room. So now, 414,000 shares sounds very, like, too low, but there you go. I mean, somebody is saying that. Yeah, Peter, you were supposed to show up in the 12 to 1 hour, but what is your issue? You're trying to set up an alert window? Okay, what I can maybe help you, but what would you like? Steve is not here anymore. I mean, yeah, he another trader takes over for me between 12 and 1 in the YouTube room. But Peter, what are you looking for exactly? Okay, Peter, can you hear me? Volume looks like it's increasing also on the NUKX. A little bit, you see, look at the volume. Now we had a huge volume at the beginning of the day, tapered off completely. Little bit of volume peaking here, and this one, what time is it right now? 127. So this volume bar will be greater than the previous one. So there's increasing volume. Yeah, I see that DWAC took a header. Now, not quite. I mean, it had that pop. I think somebody posted some news that a lot of uploads from the Apple site. Is that correct? And that's popped it up, and now it's coming right back down. Well, can't help you if you can't hear me. Sorry. All right, round 1048 for NKTX to try to take out that 200-day moving average. Now, I haven't had a new alert for a while. All right, guys, let's see. Biggest losers, my biggest losers, BLU, that's but too much support maybe. Oh, you can hear, okay? Okay. Okay, so what are you looking for when you say you need help to set up an alert window? Like what exactly are you looking for? You know, I mean, if you want to set up a new alert window, you just click on new and then alert window. Okay, and then typically you would just start from scratch. Okay, so you can start from scratch, load the settings, and now it's blank. Now there's nothing in there. You click on the summary, see there's nothing in here. Now you can start to do what you want to do. You know, I mean, you want to add some filters like a minimum volume, a price range. You know, I mean, I can't tell you what you want, but and then you need an alert. You know, do you want to see new highs of the day or new lows for the day, things like that. Okay, well, okay, watch exactly what I do. So I'll click new, alert window. So you say start from scratch, load settings. Maybe you didn't do that. Load settings. Okay, maybe you didn't do that. Now, once you've loaded the settings, if you click on and load settings, and if you start from scratch, that means it's completely a blank alert window. If you click on summary, you'll see there's nothing in here. So let me know if when you click on summary, you've got nothing in, you've got a blank screen. I'm helping somebody in our YouTube room. I mean, you can't just say start from scratch. You've got to start from scratch. Okay, but now you have to load settings. I have to tell it, load the settings. That's maybe your next step. I don't know. Can you answer me one way or the other? If after you click on load settings, and now it's time to add your filters and the alert you want. Can you let me know, Peter, if you've got to start from scratch. You've got to start from scratch and then load the settings. Load settings. I don't know if you can hear me. I'll do it one more time. New alert window. Okay, I think you're at this step right here. Start from scratch. Okay, don't say okay. Load settings. Load settings. Now you're blank. If you click on summary, there's nothing in here. Now you can start adding, the filters that you want. a price range, a minimum volume, whatever else you want, and then some kind of an alert trigger, like a new high of the day or new low of the day. You have not started from scratch, okay? You haven't clicked load settings. Start from scratch, load settings, okay? So watch, okay? Now I'm going to add some filters. So I can put a price range, 1 to 50, minimum volume, 100K. See, now when I click on summary, you see how these are added? Okay, and I could, if that's all I want to do, fine. Now I'll select an alert, say new high, add the alert, and then check it. Yes, yes. Okay, save to cloud. Yes. Just want to show you summary. So now here it is, new high, and here are your filters. Now you say okay. Here it is. Now shoot. I should have given it a name. I should have given it a name, but just give me a moment here. I have to put it down here. But now I'll give it a name, okay, just to make it best. Okay, so here it is. Now right click, save to cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud. Save. Now you're saved it to the cloud. Now it's in the cloud. So if you've got the window up and running, if you've been able to do it, then you just right click, save or share to cloud, click on that, and then save. Okay? I mean, that's the same for every single alert window or top list window or even a chart, everything you do. It's right click. If you want to save it to the cloud, right click, save or share to cloud as the option, and save. And now it's in your cloud. Yeah, let me know if it worked. Well, look at this one, guys. ACHR. ACHR. Some poppage here, some good volume. Look at this. This is out of nowhere. ACHR. See if there's any news. Okay, so this is one of those vertical takeoff and landing deals. So Archer Aviation and United Airlines, that news hit, I think, at 1337. So, well, even earlier, perhaps. I'm just looking at my timestamp in Interactive Brokers. So this is the news, actually. This is the news, but you could see the spike. Yeah, United. There you go. On the way down. Oh well. Okay. Well, that's why we wait, guys. You just wait, 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 wait. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Yeah, I agree, Dak. I actually agree. I'm intrigued by this one. Boy, that DWAC is getting whacked. DWAC getting whacked here. Boy, oh boy. Anybody short this one up here? Bet it wasn't a bigger short. Look at this. This is really, really tanking here. I haven't even looked at Twitter today just for fun. How's it holding over 50? Nope. MDVL. MDVL. Ah, look how, man, that's an ugly looking daily chart. Super ugly. What's the high of yesterday? Was 244. A lot of volume came in. Yeah, that was posted in the other room, the plaza. Yes. But thank you for that again. Yes. Yeah, this is nothing from me, Blue Moon. This is something that Real in the room brought up. I don't know how many years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, that the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA, if they crossed, and it really didn't matter what time frame, could set up a potential either a long if the 8 EMA crossed above the 20 SMA, or if the 8 as a long setup, or the 8 EMA crossing below the 20 SMA for a potential short setup. So, for instance, you look, I mean, does it work every single time? Of course not. But if you can see my chart, look at the cross here. Let me get a big chart up here. New chart window. And what one is this? This is EQRX. Okay, this is a good example. You see the cross here? You see that 8 EMA crossing above the 20 SMA right here at 472. So that could have signified a good long play. And in this case, it did, as an example. Okay, one more time, Peter. Okay, one more time. Okay, new alert window. Start from scratch. Load settings. Are we at least here that when you load the settings and you check the summary, it's blank? When you say 5 selected, you're not talking about 5 alerts. You're talking about, okay, so you've got this blank. Okay. So now, if you click on Windows specific filters, but you always want to, have some filters in. Otherwise, you'll get too many alerts. So I'm just going to, again, I'll put 1 and $10. I'll click on the summary. See right there. I'll put one more. Volume today, 100,000. Summary. Okay, so here are the 2 filters I've added. I've not done anything else. I don't say okay yet. You want to add now a trigger. Maybe that's what you're not doing. You want to add a trigger. And a trigger might be, okay, if these filter values are met, tell me when a stock makes a new high. Okay? You have to add a trigger. I mean, that's the whole idea of an alert window. So for instance, if you want the new high, click on new high, click on add alert. You see how it's up here now? You just check it. Now if I click on summary, there it is. Now you've got an alert window. If price is between 1 and 10 and the volume is 100,000 shares, if these 2 criteria are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, I'll get a real-time alert. Well, that's not an all-time high. That's just a high for the day. Once you've done that, then you say okay. If you're satisfied with everything here, then you say okay. And here it is. Here it is. And then you save it to the cloud. And these are real-time alerts happening right now. CPG just made a new high. UGP just made a new high. That new high is not an all-time high. It's just a new high for the day. And then you just save it to the cloud. Well, Blue Moon, yeah, obviously you want to have things that are moving, right? So you might probably want to have a minimum volume, maybe a minimum up or down percent, minimum relative volume. Otherwise, you would get inundated. But it's not an alert, okay? This is just something you notice on a chart. It's not a scan, in other words. So I put these on the chart. So if I happen to notice it, and anything I click on typically is going to have, plenty of, a minimum volume that I'm looking at, minimum relative volume that I'm looking at. Now there is, if you click on here, the problem is I don't like you can only, if you click on new from our toolbar, Blue Moon, and then click on Market Explorer, and then right click, or click server window, you will see we do have 820 cross on gappers, okay? So you will see the cross, and a whole bunch of them came in. I just find that we need more filters, and right now we're not able to. This is the 8 AMA crossing on a 20-minute. I'm sorry, on a 2-minute chart. The 8 crossing the 20 on a 2-minute chart. But I just find we need more filters. So if I look here at FOMC, there was the cross. Well, you can try this. And see. But the problem is, I think you just get way too many alerts. A volume change scanner. In other words, say a volume burst in 1 minute or 5 minutes or something like that, Joe. Is that what you mean by a volume change? Like a big increase in volume, say on the 1 minute chart or a 5 minute chart? Okay. Yeah, we do. Give me a moment, please. I want to delete a couple of things. Okay, so for instance, in the momentum scans, these two right here, if I right click configure and then click on the summary, look what it's working at. Look what it's looking at. Stocks with a volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. So usually there's going to be a volume burst. Volume in the last 5 minutes is at least 400% of normal. So you've got these would show you usually volume bursts. Okay. And that is, the moment, well, in my home page, that is one of the scans I'm sharing. Okay. The momentum up. And that has these two filters in here. So when you click on an alert, normally what you're going to see, is an increase in volume. Okay, let's see. Just watching, again, not going to take my eyes off that NKTX. And of course, my Netflix short is still kind of hanging around that 191 mark. Ooh, man. Oh, there was no shorts available for me for Sky H earlier. They're only 4,000 now. So obviously there's some covering happening. I'm looking at Interactive Brokers, of course. That's all I don't know what shares are available at other brokerages, but 4,000 available. But I can't do it now. I'd be chasing it. I looked at it earlier. Peter, the other thing to do is maybe go to our guide, and go to the guide and go to the alert section. Now, I'm not sure if you can't get it from what I've been demonstrating. I'm not really sure how I can help you because, an alert window is fairly basic stuff, but so maybe what you want to do, and you can do this at your own pace, of course, is go to my home page. If you're, I don't know if you can still hear me, but if hopefully you can hear me, if you go to my home page and then go to the education section. Okay, go to the education section and then click on the user guide and then click on alert windows. Okay, do that and maybe that'll help you. There is not Blue Moon. I mean, our members who create their own scans, first of all, a lot of them don't want, them. The bottom line is no. There is no sort of central repository where people can look at everybody else's scans. No. Now, of course, we share a ton of scans here. If you click on new and then doc channel bar, a lot of scans are here. I'm sharing my scans. When you go to some of these webinars, Andy and Jamie, etc., they're sharing their scans. No, there's no central repository. Again, the reason being is that, you got thousands of members. There are tens of thousands probably of scans that have been created. All right, NKTX, are you going to do it? And so there's probably tens of thousands of scans that have been created. But if you come into this into the main room, sometimes one of the guys goes, hey, I got a scan here. You guys might want to take a look at it. But no, there's not a central filing cabinet with all the scans. No. Yeah, you drive yourself crazy too. I mean, what do we say? Sure, here it is. Go have it. 100,000 scans or 200,000 scans. What are you going to do? Yeah, the Trader's Vault does have a few scans, and that's in the old channel bar. A lot of those scans are really, really old, and I mean old. I mean, there are some scans here. I don't look at these anymore, but it's not a bad starting a point, I suppose. If I click on new alert window, okay, and if I click on neutral strategies, for instance, or let's go bullish strategies, here are some of I mean, this is from the way at the beginning of Trade Ideas, but these are some scans that were put together also. Rallying off the bottom. Okay, you can sort of see what it's looking for. Up 50 cents in the last 5 minutes with a volume spike. These are all scans that have been created a long, 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 long time ago. And of course, you can take them and then you can, massage them a bit, put your own price range, maybe another volume. And those are the bullish ones, and then the bearish ones are just the flip. Down 50 cents or stocks down 5 days in a row. Things like that. So, I mean, we do have some scans here also. I haven't looked at these in, well, forever. So, I mean, if you wanted this one, for instance, the stock's down 5 days in a row, then you load the settings. Okay, and here we are. So now you could look at it and go, okay, fine. Now you can look at it and say, wow, look at this. So cross below the 200, the 50, the 20. There's a million alerts in here. I hate that. But so you might want to look at this and go, you know what? I don't need all these alerts. And here are the filters that are used. So something to look at if you want. And again, that is from, click on an alert window, configure, strategies. And then neutral strategies, bullish strategies, bearish strategies. Meanwhile, I'm hearing something is TPST, I'm hearing is ringing over and over again. I just don't know if it's going up or down. And I guess it's going up. Tempest Therapeutics, wow, another low float. I know you guys were talking about it before. I know it. I just too distracted doing other things. But TPST, yeah. Now looking left, what do we see? The next high looking left, 371. So it's above that. And then we got 359, and then we've got 390. So a little bit of work to get through this 4 level. You can see way over here, even that 4 level. Plenty of volume. Is there some news on it? Company gets $15 million financing. So just trying to stay afloat, I guess. Oh, Terry, just say it. I know it's Ater. I mean, I don't. We all know it's Ater, A-T-E-R. Let's go now and see what's happening with Netflix. Still hanging around that 191. I want to see if it really cracks 190. Boy, this NKTX is just a real flirt at that 19 mark. And Bluetooth died on me, so let me just. Come on. Yeah, give me a moment, guys. All right, I'm back. I mean, this is whippy action, guys. Look at that NTUX NUTX. Look how whippy. Hard to trade, you know. You cannot take very many, otherwise you'll just get stopped out constantly. You know, if you'd taken it right there, hopefully you would have traded it out. But if you took it up in this area, I mean, there's a drop from 939 down to 957. Those are big percentage drops. All right, Netflix looks like it wants to take out 190. This is so rare for me. OST got halted again on the way down. Well, let's take a look at the volume in the market. So we're 2 o'clock, so this has another 2 hours. So yeah, it'll probably be hard pressed to meet yesterday's volume. The volume has been tailing off the last 3 days now, or now 4 days, and tailing off a little bit. Boyle, let's take a look at Boyle. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't trade ETFs, but certainly, wow, what a ramp up here. Okay, guys, it is now 2:06. I'm just going to put myself on mute for a couple of minutes. Sorry, was this, yeah, I just put myself on mute. So HBK, tricky stock to trade, of course, 7.8 million in the float. The big Kramer pump a few days ago, and it got it rolling, and it kept rolling and rolling and rolling. Intraday, though, that was a really tough one, chopping all over the place. And Indo is also moving again. Very low float, 1.8 million. Are you kidding me? Has earnings tomorrow. Not that it matters. All right, OST resumed. I don't believe this topping tail. Let's see if it shows up on another chart. Nope. Hmm. Another halt for JSC or JCSE. Boy, there seems to be a lot of pent-up energy in this NKTX. Just again, just hanging over that 200-day moving average. Wonder why I've got that. Wonder if there's something weird on this my SPY chart, because I asked a couple other guys at Trade Ideas if they have that same. What? Hmm. I don't know why it's showing up in this chart here, that SPY and that big topping tail, not showing up here. So don't know what's going on. Okay, I got something weird going on now too. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just going to reload my Trade Ideas. I want to see if something happens here. Ah, I made a mistake. Should not have saved. Aha. All right, there's Netflix taking it out. All right, guys, bear with me. Ah. Okay, so something has gone on here, so I'm going to have to. Just going to get rid of that. Oops. Okay, just give me a moment here. I got to find. Where is it? Give me a moment, guys. I'm just something is going on here that I don't understand. So let me just get this. Okay, somewhat back to normal. Okay. Oh man, again, guys, NKTX just absolutely flirting now over that 200-day moving average, just under 19. Well, boy, tight stop. Okay, because it's a wild one. Okay, guys, I'm just wanting to see how much more this NKTX can run. Yes, I want to see. Come on, get into the 1975 is the next area. Okay, that's the next area because that's the next high looking left, 1975. So Beyond Meat is going nuts. Okay, somebody mentioned where they're going to be in. Wow, no kidding. McPlant Burger, the McPlant Burger. Okay, a permanent menu item. All right. And Beyond Meat just halted because of volatility. Okay, well, both in the headline, McDonald's and Beyond Meat. Yeah, I only had a Beyond Meat once. I wasn't terribly impressed. I mean, you smother enough ketchup, relish, and mustard on something, I guess it sort of masks the taste. But I had the Impossible Burger afterwards, and I thought that was much better. That's just obviously a personal thing, but I don't know who I don't know who's behind the Impossible Burger or Impossible Meat, whatever it's called. Is Impossible private? Okay, well that's why. I liked it a lot better. Boy, that's a tight stop, Dak. The NKTX, 1899. Oh, I see. If it gets down to 1899, you'll get out, but with a profit. I see. Okay. Okay. Now I understand. And by the way, your question earlier on in the pre-market. So I just put a line on here, and all you have to do is just, well, first, you left click on the chart just so the system knows what chart you're in, but it knows now because I added it. You just the minute it changes to that icon, you left click your mouse, hit delete on your keyboard. That should not remove any indicators. I don't know why it would remove any of your other indicators. Okay, yeah, because I always say it's impossible that something like that happened because it's impossible because look, here are my indicators right here. But if I left click, the icon does not change. So there's no way I can remove that indicator, unless I literally, go into the indicators. So for those of you in YouTube, there is no YouTube. Well, Chris is not there between 3:30 and 4:30 today and Thursday and Friday. Okay, so there is no YouTube support 3:30 to 4:30 for the balance of the week. AMC's having a little run here. AMC. Just went positive, I guess, 40 cents. But look how choppy that one is. Also, super choppy, guys. I mean, you're going to trade these. You have to have wide stops. I am not on mute. I wasn't talking 5 seconds ago, but I am not on mute. All right, guys, let's see now. I'm just looking at a couple of things on my other monitors. You can set to wind this down. Certainly my stint on the mic anyway. Well, let's make sure you guys can hear me. I'm not on mute according to my icons. Okay, so thank you, Pepe. So it's you, Denver. All right, guys, so what time is it? Almost 2:30. So I think what I'll do is just one last look at a couple things from my homepage and all. First, I want to just make sure people understand that there is a test drive coming. May the 16th it starts. So, no, actually 2 weeks tomorrow, you'll actually have access to the program. Let me explain that. Okay, so let me just get rid of some of these. Make sure I don't shut down the room. Okay. So when you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So the test drive starts on the 16th. That's on Monday, but actually on the 13th, that's a Friday, about an hour after the market closes, you will have access to the program. So you can play around with it, for the balance of Friday and Saturday and Sunday. Of course, there's no market, there's no markets closed. That doesn't mean though you can't, take a look at trade ideas. You can look at layouts. You can create layouts if you want. Create some alert windows, top list windows, things like that. If you want to play around, you can take a look at my scans. You can take a look at the scans that we've got here in our toolbar from all the channels. Okay, so you can get, you should get prepared. If you've never used Trade Ideas before, you should get prepared, so that Monday morning at 8 o'clock when I open this room, that you have some knowledge of what Trade Ideas is all about, as opposed to starting completely from scratch. So it'll run, that is 10 trading days. It'll cost you $11.11. And you'll have access to the full service other than being able to auto trade anything, okay? But other than that, you'll have access to the full service. It's also open if you have a standard subscription and you wanted to try out our premium service, you can do so. And once it's over, it's over. And when I say it like that, it means there's nothing for you to do. We get so many emails, I want to unsubscribe. How do I unsubscribe from the test drive? There's nothing for you to do. When it's over, it's over. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay. So it's a good opportunity. We only do this, it's 4 times a year. I think the last one was in January. So about 4 times a year we do this. So we don't have a free trial. This is about as close as you're going to get. And let me just paste my home page. Okay, the floater, I may be able to help you. So I just want to go over this. Click on my homepage link. And okay, you want to take out a subscription right now, you just click on that link. There's the promo code you can use. And I would start off with a monthly. I would start off with a standard monthly, 118, less than 15%. You can always upgrade if you want. You want to take, if you want to upgrade to premium, we'll apply the 15%. Or if you want to upgrade to an annual from a monthly, you will honor the 15%. Okay. But don't take on an annual unless you know you want the program. And if you're just starting with this, please do this, the Let's Get Started. It takes you right from, the download and installation. It's about 30 minutes long. All these different videos, tells you how long they are actually. Okay, so please do that. Save yourself some grief. And then the trade of the week, these are free. So these sections are all free. The trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do at noon Eastern, and all the education is here. Great user guide. It's all segmented. You want to find more about, different aspects of trade ideas, alert windows, top list windows, etc. Go to the user guide. Here's that getting started again. I'm going to delete this. Daily support. And again, typically 3:30 to 4:30. Chris would be there today, but he's not. And of course, between 12 and 1 of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room. Daily webinars. So I'm helping out on this one. This is the one that I do help out on. This is with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. You can sign up for them all though. Monday, Wednesday, this is this week's rotation. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. Last but not least, back to basics, new to trading. Please look at this. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together, and it starts off with what is a stock. So if you're new to trading, a great free service. And last, my scans. You want my scans? You click here. Here are my scans, okay? Okay. Okay, so the floater, when you say as a default, are you talking about when you click the buy button or the sell button on the chart? Is that what you mean? Can you hear me? Am I on mute? No, I'm not on mute. So is that what you mean when you're talking about as the default? I mean, so when you click on the buy button, if you want to go long, or the sell button if you want to short, is that what you mean when you talk about cannot get it to work as the default? Is that what you mean? Yes, okay. So when you say chart layout, you're talking about my scan, not charts. These are charts. Okay, I mean, these are charts. So you're talking about the scans. All my scans, no, the layout is not, I'll probably build a layout for the test drive, that I'll share. But no, what I do is I give you individual scans that you can take a look at. You can pick and choose what you want. Okay, so, and just go to my homepage and go to so no, I don't have a scan. I don't have a layout scan. Okay, so the floater, this is what you do. I do know how to do that. Okay. So you're in here. So what you have to do is you pick a long strategy. Okay. So for instance, you pick a long strategy. Let's just say I pick this one. You right click, and then this is the trick. Right click and set as default chart long strategy. Okay. So you pick the long strategy that you want, that you've created, and then you right click on it and set as default chart long strategy. Then when you click the buy button, it's going to follow whatever that strategy is. Okay. And of course, if you want to, you can do the same thing with the short. Set as chart short strategy. You can only pick one, of course, but I guess that's what you want, because you want one to be the default. Every time you click on the buy button, it defaults to one of your strategies. So does that answer your question? Are you saying you did this? You went through this step of say right clicking? So a long strategy. You did this. Well, then I'm not sure how I can help you. I don't use any of this, okay? But I mean, I'm not sure how I can help you, because now if you click on the buy, it should just use that strategy. When you say it will not set, you mean it will not execute that strategy? Ooh, that's a tough one then. I have no idea. I have no idea. That's as I say, it's beyond my pay grade, because I don't use this at all. Okay. I find it, it does say on though. It does say on when you do it. Hmm. And yet when you do it, it doesn't follow that strategy. Okay. I can't help you. I'm sorry. I just can't help you. So what I will do is what I think you should do. There are very few of us actually, do this. I think Michael might. You shouldn't reset, like what reset though? You shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to reset. Once it's on, and then, did you set, does it say, do you get this? No account assigned to your default chart strategy? Is that what you're getting? You shouldn't have to reset the program, but you do have to set an account here. Did you do that? Yeah, but you still have to assign it to the simulated trading default. You still have to still do it. So now it says, do you have that trading simulated trading default now? Okay, so you've done all that. All right, I'm at the limit then. I have no idea why it would not be acting. Because now, so are you saying that the big, like the buy button, when you click on it, does not turn green? And you, again, you can tell that I don't do this, but let me just do another one. Yeah, so you should have the big buy button. I guess what happens is once you assign, then that button will always be highlighted in green. And you see the buy up here. So you're not seeing that? And I didn't. No, when you say new strategy, okay, so are you saying you edited it? You edited it? And now, I mean, I'm assuming you just have to edit it and then you say, okay, and that's it. Okay, when in doubt, then maybe, I mean, I don't know, maybe do an account reset just to see what happens. Just do an account reset and see if is, or at worst, exit trade ideas and come back and see if that works. I do apologize not knowing this, but well, I'll tell you what. No, yeah, I don't know. I mean, if I edit this, I just don't know if that'll do it. But maybe try just doing an account reset just to see if that helps. And if none of that helps, if you do an account reset and then you exit trade ideas and then come back in, if none of that helps, then I'm going to have to send you to tech support. What the heck is going on here? Boy, oh boy, I mean, we're really getting hammered here on these. Well, I mean, this is fake news. I mean, that's not, we're not political here. This is fake flipping news. Well, who's Fast Company? So was it Beyond Meat who came out and said this? I mean, I don't know. Who's Fast Company? I will. Thank you, Craig. So boy, we've had two like that. I didn't actually check to see if Beyond Meat was shortable Interactive Brokers, but it is not. Boy, this is going to be a huge, huge gap down too. Look at this. 38, it's halted at 43. Potentially opening around 38. And it just opened and yeah, wow. Back to from whence it came. Boy, if you had shorts. Yeah, CVNA. I know you guys have been talking about it, but Carvana, all right. Oops, just a minute, please. There, a little bud fell from my ear. So TRD, this is just within trade ideas. I'm not. All right. Sorry, not within trade ideas. Did I say that? Just give me a moment, please. Yeah, this is just time and sales from, okay, from Interactive Brokers. So when a stock is halted, you'll see the halt, the price, and then you'll see the projected openings, okay? It's just time and sales in Interactive Brokers. So this one is halted right now. As an example, okay, this, well, you have to trust me, this is JCSC. It's halted at 826. Projected open could be 9. Now, because this changes, of course. This is just a projection. It's pretty good. It's halted on the way down also, so maybe it'll pop. So it's just time and sales from Interactive Brokers. And I have to, well, some people tell me that they don't have that at their on their brokerage platform. Really sounds crazy. Wow, 250. All right, guys. What time is it now? 2:51. So I think what I'm going to do is I will put myself on mute now. I'm trying to do a few things here. I'm here, so if I have to hop on the mic, I will. But I will put myself on mute now. The room will be open until 3:30. Okay. And again, nothing happening in YouTube from 3:30 to 4:30. So when I shut down the main room, I'm shutting down YouTube too. All right. So putting myself on mute. Okay, Alan, I'm not sure I know what you mean. You lost your gapper's layout, and now you can't seem to recreate one by adding up a gap up and gap down top list. You're okay now? Oh, good. Good. I like those answers. Okay. Okay, I'll put myself back on mute. All right, guys, I think I'll wrap it up right now. Man, oh man. Yeah, I didn't even know Tesla was down here. And what action. Tons of halts and resumes today. That JCSC, wow. Lucky for you guys who had shorts available. This was still too new at IB, I guess, to have shorts available. So anyway, I will, I'm going to try to hold on to this Netflix short. I'm up now $10, $10 on that Netflix short. So I will shut the room down now. I will definitely going to enjoy the rest of the day. And let me get my script here. All right, yeah. So I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, everybody. And we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.